and Chief Regulatory Officer at Bharti Airtel. Mr. Watts is widely regarded as one of India's foremost authorities in satellite communication and regulatory frameworks. With his deep expertise in spectrum management and next-gen connectivity, he will now shed light on India's expanding satellite broadband ecosystem and the promise it holds for the last-mile empowerment. So, ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to the address by Mr. Watts, and let's put our hands together to welcome him.
Friends at the dais and people out here, for a nice invite by Mr. Shashidharan, and thank you BIF for letting me speak on this. So we have been hearing about satellite communication for long now. Yesterday or day before yesterday, the Tesla was launched, so it reignited the discussion on where is the satellite and was satellite and Tesla linked or not linked. But let me start by saying why do we need satellite and where are we currently. If I look today in terms of, let's start from the terrestrial, because we spent 30, 35, 40 years. Ashish sir was led the revolution through BSNL also earlier, his avatar. So today, if I look at our own situation, and Brigadier Tandon is also there, who's been part of such massive rollouts. 99% of the country is today still covered by 4G, right? That's the real population coverage in terms of 4G. If you look at 5G, I think it was the fastest rollout seen anywhere in the world. Around 350,000 sites rolled out in around 2.5 years, which meant that we have, as Airtel itself, I can say, we have covered around 7,000 towns, more than 20,000 villages already covered, right? To do all this, I think more than 2 million kilometers of fiber has been put in across the country. So huge amount of work has happened. We are seeing data explosion rate as 26 GB per user already being consumed by the consumer. So why then we need the satellite communication today? It is that 1% not covered. It is these rural belts, it is these areas in tribal areas, it's these locations where we are still not able to reach. Could not have telecom or USOF reached? Of course it could have reached, and it has reached. As Airtel, we have participated in USOF tender across 15 states. I cover around more than 4,000 villages. I personally cover through USOF to try and reach those villages. These are very deep interior areas where to reach these 4,000 sites, I had to put my own road network of around 800 kilometers. So USO site subsidized only for the tower, but to reach that site, I put up 800 kilometers of my own roads. I put around 2,000 kilometers of my own fiber. Why? Because the cost of backhaul is so much in terms of percentage of SUC. I'd much rather put a fiber and be happy and secure for the future. So we have done all that through USO also. But in spite of all these efforts, there is a large gap which still remains in terms of coverage of what you can do. The technology has changed. The chip has miniaturized. Satellites are able to carry much more payloads, as a result of which we have got the low Earth orbit satellites, which is the current flavor. As OneWeb, we have been an early initiators of this process. We started around 2016. All our satellites were about to reach in 2022, and then the Ukraine-Russia war happened, and then we got stuck with Russia, satellites being with Russia. So we came back to ISRO, and ISRO was kind enough to help us to put 72 satellites back in space through the rockets. And so our satellite constellation is now complete. We are able to give more than 100 to 200 Mbps speed with a latency of less than 50 milliseconds. So this opens up a vast new use case in areas which are hitherto uncovered, right? There may be rural bank branches, for example, which are not covered through a network today, right? There may be use cases for education, telemedicine, which are still not addressed. I was debating with my colleague Shruti yesterday, who's also there, and she was telling me the real point of telecom is that a person who is in rural area should have same access to telecom as a person sitting in the city. A person who's accessing a doctor sitting in a home in a city should have the same access if the person is trying to access it from a village area, if he can get in touch with a specialist. So that is really where we want to reach, and that has not happened, which opens up the opportunity for us in terms of the satellite communication which we are talking about. So the constellation is ready. OneWeb is ready. We understand Starlink also has got a license now. We were the first operator to get a license in India. We were the first operator to get the authorization from the space regulator called InSpace. That all is in place. We were the first operator to get a provisional spectrum to start rolling out the services. We are also the first operator to have completed the security testing, for our constellation. So all we await now is a final policy resolution when we can start rolling out. And why is that important? Because unlike telco networks where you can take out the radio, put back the radio, I cannot put back the satellite up and down again and again, right? And satellite does have a shelf life. So if I keep on waiting for 4 years, 5 years, 7 years, there'll become a time then the satellite itself may not be as useful for me as I intend it to be. So what is required for us as investors and as people who want to roll out services is predictability in terms of the policy regime and certainty of when these clearances are going to be in place for me to be able to roll out the services. So those are two important aspects. I think government is in the process to do that. TRA has already recommended, and we hope that this process is completed quite fast. The other thing about satellite which I want you to know is India is in a very unique situation. With our position where we are geopolitically, India can be used as a service to service satellite needs for all the surrounding areas. And satellite does require a gateway to be put up. And we have been requesting the government that allow the gateways in India to serve, let's say, neighboring countries. Why not Bangladesh? Why not Sri Lanka? Why not, islands which are there, Maldives, for example, Nepal, for example. And I think government has been kind enough to also consider that, and we are hoping that a policy announcement will also follow on allowing the Indian gateways to serve regional connectivity for the regional countries. Now, these are very important decisions because once these are in place, we can really start using these services. But I still want to come back to this point and say that you have to see satellite as a complementary to what you have existingly already rolled out in existing networks. And that's a very, very important part. Why? Because if you're able to use it in a complementary manner, then you are really able to percolate down to the last village, down to the last place where you want to reach. While I talked about satellite, what we also need to do in terms of connectivity for terrestrial is to look at the earlier TRA recommendation, which talked about, incentives in form of license fees for wireline services, which can really propel the next phase of growth for these networks. So if these policies are in place, I'm sure connectivity is something which will be absolutely available to all the customers at any time which they want to use it for. With those words, thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us a celebrated technologist and academic, Professor Kiran Kuchi, founder of WISEG Networks and professor at IIT Hyderabad. Professor Kuchi has been instrumental in India's indigenous 5G research and development, an inventor, educator, and innovator. He stands at the intersection of academia and industry, pioneering broadband solutions rooted in AI and local innovation. We now invite Professor Kuchi for the industry address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests on the dais. I've learned quite a few things in the last year or so while doing pre-commercial rollout of the products that we developed, that is 5G developed locally, of course, with support from government substantially. I was just having a chat with Brigadier sir. He was asking about some things. For the first time, I was able to see a true convergence between multiple technologies happening very rapidly. That we haven't seen in, especially on the infrastructure side. The phones that we carry, I don't know about you, but I use this hotspot on quite a bit, including on my way here, I took a long 30-minute call. So it's a Wi-Fi hotspot running on a 5G link. So this, we almost take it granted that we don't think about this convergence that has become part of our daily lives. But at the same time, the same convergence is happening not just at the device level, at the infrastructure level, at a large scale, very quietly that's happening. The first major convergence that we see is fixed wireless access. 5G and Wi-Fi have more or less converged on the radio access side, to say, or the network side. It's mind-boggling amount of fixed wireless access installation happening across the country. And this takes us to the central theme of today's discussion, BharatNet, satellite, and complementary technologies. With fiber reaching most of the Gram Panchayats, and then there is this push to taking fiber to the home. Now there is always room for alternative technologies, especially when you take the last mile. That's inevitable. 1%, 2%, 3%. You can put a number of the entire population. You need alternative connectivity. This is where the true convergence and the large scope for new innovation really lies in. 5G and fixed wireless access is the first success story addressing this last mile. And imagine a geographical territory, whether it's Northeast or Himalayas or Pondicherry, or even tribal areas of Andhra Pradesh or Telangana. There's no way you can assure to put fiber in every home or village. Just, there are restrictions of different kinds. So satellite connectivity now is ripe, and OneWeb and Starlink and others are ready to launch. So I'm very eagerly waiting to actually infuse or merge these three ingredients into one recipe. That is, use OneWeb, if they permit me to do so, or Starlink, to use it as a backhaul to the 5G system that we built. In areas where we can take this 100 Mbps or 200 Mbps or 300 Mbps line, and this can be extended to hundreds of homes in a remote area using 5G, BSNL mid-band, or whoever else holds the spectrum, and the last mile through FWA. And the story is more or less seamlessly complete. And this can be done with almost no extra added cost. Zero extra added cost in terms of provisioning your network to fuse satellite as a backhaul, fixed 5G, BTS, fixed wireless access, and multi-hop Wi-Fi, 1 hop or 2 hops from FWA terminal to the home. This is actually a reality. And we do that, we work with this in our pre-commercial pilots. So I'll be very brief. Very happy to see this true convergence coming along. And I think the next year or two is going to be transformative in bringing broadband to the citizens using many different technologies fused together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It is a privilege now to invite Shri Manoj Tandon, Director Projects, Operation and Maintenance, RailTel Corporation of India Limited. His pioneering work in expanding Wi-Fi infrastructure has been instrumental in enhancing connectivity across the country. During his tenure at Rail via Broadband, crossed 500,000 customer base and introduced various value-added services. Before joining RailTel, he has worked in various telecom companies and delivered many greenfield telecom network rollouts and transformational projects for continuation evolution of end-to-end network automation, consisting of service assurance and surface fulfillment stacks to strengthen NOC's capabilities to ensure agile and efficient management of network service and customer experience of all telecom verticals. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a warm welcome to Shri Manoj Tandon for the special address, and we request you, sir, to kindly share your invaluable insights into the evolution and impact of Wi-Fi technology.
Honorable guest, respected policymakers, dear industry colleagues and media friends. A good morning to all of you. It's very heartening to see the house full. Otherwise, in these kind of events, we see that the halls are not full, but it's a hospitality of Mr. Shashi that he always ensures that everybody is there and the hall is always jam-packed. Thanks to Shashiji, Bharat Exhibition and all our sponsors of this event for this esteemed event. An event where the vision of a digitally empowered India may find new directions and renewed energy throughout collective wisdom and collaborative deliberations. As we heard in speeches of the past speakers, that the convergence is really now happening with all frontiers of telecom joining hands together. We stand today in a country where the data tariff is lowest in the world. It's home to more than 900 million internet users. And together we have created an ecosystem, a digital ecosystem where we have from ITR to direct transfer of subsidy, from digital payments to telemedicines, from Aadhaar to UPI, from IPTV to streaming OTT. All these are transforming citizens' experience at a very, very large scale, the scale which is unheard in the globe level. Yet, India's per capita data consumption is lagging behind the developed countries. Yet, our fixed broadband network is in single percentage. Yet, internet is seen as entertainment and convenience and not a necessity. The broadband divide between urban and rural, between metro and non-metros still persists. Our mobile-first revolution and low penetration of PCs, laptops, and underserved Bharat, along with digital literacy, are some of the factors of low data consumptions as compared to the developed countries. The digital inequality, if I may say so, have to be bridged for Viksit Bharat. There are a couple of factors which stand out because of which we have these issues. The infrastructure disparities, the fiber penetration in rural areas remains low. And in many cases, they are either not reliable or pretty costly to cover up the sparsely distributed populated areas. The affordability beyond tariffs. Data is cheap, but device is not cheap. We have seen in many places, because as an operator, we are serving in rural areas. On our own, we have covered 17,000 villages across country, across length and breadth of country, through micro-entrepreneurship of LCOs in those villages. The fiber reach out to those areas is still possible through collaborative measures. That's what we have proven with our partnership model with the LCOs. But the first time in solution regarding ONTs and Wi-Fi routers is still unaffordable in those areas. The consistent power supply is still a key issue in most of the Bharat, primarily on the rural side or semi-urban side. As I mentioned, the digital literacy somehow has gone unnoticed through various channels. So if we want to have more and more internet penetration, if we want to have more and more consumption, this piece also has to be addressed. The relevance and content classification. Without local language, the content and region-specific content applications, internet remains underutilized. Health and education streams. There are hardly any serious attempts which have gone into these two hardcore streams which country needs today. While the entry of SATCOM players into the Indian telecom space, we have now full spectrum available from fixed to mobile to fixed wireless to SATCOM now. I hope that SATCOM is not just a technology evolution, it can work as a strategic enabler for digital inclusion of not so privileged Bharat populations. From Himalayas to coastal areas, from deserts to forests, satellite internet can unlock the true potential of unconnected Bharat today. And if we combine this with BharatNet, we are poised to create a multi-layered, resilient broadband fabric for the nation. The societal impact of a broadband is far, far more profound than the infra itself. It drives financial inclusion, e-governance, telemedicine, and job creation. Let's all remember that broadband is not just about Mbps. It's about meaningful access. It empowers a farmer to access weather forecast in near real time. It enables a child in remote areas to attend the virtual classes with the same ease as someone attends at Metro City. It allows an Anganwadi worker to upload health records seamlessly to cloud-based systems. And it helps micro-entrepreneurs in tier 3 towns to join the digital marketplaces. As we look to accelerate broadband penetration across Bharat, our focus must be to ease out the ROW challenges. PPP energy, how do we convert this PPP model into a successful business model? How do we wire up the unwired areas? And how we have converged strategy that treats satellite, fiber, and mobile not as competitor, but as a complementing technology for unified broadband mission. Bharat is not a challenge. It's actually an opportunity to involve, an opportunity to innovate, to collaborate, and to transform. Let's ensure that next wave of telecom growth does not just connect people, it empowers them. Let's build a digital India that includes uplifts and unites across language, geography, and income barriers. Let's not stop until every school, every panchayat, every farm, every home is meaningfully connected. Thank you once again for the opportunity to speak today. And let's continue to work together for a powerful, unified, and meaningful broadband mission. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for those insightful remarks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to welcome a distinguished thought leader in the field of digital infrastructure, Shri Sachin Deshpande, Chief Technology Officer, Tata Play Fiber. With over 2 decades of experience in spearheading transformative technology initiatives, Mr. Deshpande has been at the forefront of India's fiber broadband revolution. As CTO of Tata Play Fiber, he has led innovations that are redefining how homes and enterprises across the nation access high-speed, secure, and intelligent internet connectivity. His visionary leadership has played a pivotal role in building scalable digital ecosystems that support everything from entertainment to education, remote work to smart living. Today, as India surges ahead on its journey towards the digitally empowered society, voices like Mr. Deshpande's bring critical insight and foresight into how infrastructure and innovation must go hand in hand. Mr. Deshpande, we are honored to have you here with us, and may I now invite you for the special address.
Good morning. Respected dignitaries on the dais, friends from academia and the industry, it is really a pleasure to be here today among the industry colleagues. Thanks always to Shashi because he really makes sure that the conference is, is having really the participation from entire spectrum of our industry. And really, I'm privileged that, to be a part of this industry for some time now. Today, I think the respected speakers, they talked about the connectivity, part. So I'm going to be a little bit changing the track, while the connectivity is going to be providing the internet to the unconnected. However, as operators, as providers, how do we ensure that the service which is delivered to the consumers is top-notch? And it is really also the time, we are seeing that AI, the artificial intelligence, is actually all around us. And it is transforming the way we are living, the way we are carrying out business, how we are working. So today I am going to be dwelling on how do we drive the customer experience for internet subscriber using the technology. Okay, and at Tata Play Fiber, as a pioneering technology innovation, we have been using these technologies. So without wasting time, getting into the customer experience part of it, you would all agree that superlative customer experience is no longer a choice, it is an imperative. Okay, so when we talk about driving the transformation of the broadband customer experience, we are talking about a few facets which would be important. Not necessarily in any order here, but for example, connectivity. Connectivity today, as mentioned by the speakers here, is really the basic. Okay, so seamless and reliable network connection is like a basic hygiene. Okay, then we talk about intelligence. So any and every ecosystem that we would be using to drive the customer experience must be using the smart technologies so that the service capabilities are enhanced. And I will be talking of each of these legs in detail. Then the most important one, which is really the AI integration now, wherein, how do we incorporate artificial intelligence to drive the services improvement. Also, digital first. To me, this is actually the most important. So as an organization, are we really thinking digital first? Our actions are being driven with digital native or digital first as our thought process, okay? And the data flows, which is really how do you manage your data in order to, see, because artificial intelligence, all of us know, is really critically dependent on machine learning and how it learns the entire based on the smart data flows. So when you talk about customer experience, do you see an iceberg here? Yeah. So all of us know that iceberg, what you see is about 8 to 10% that you see on top of the water. Balance is below. So if customer experience is what we see as an outcome, it is actually made up of these three things. One, the network. As I said, network is hygiene, right? So network uptime, how do we manage that? That is the basic. All of us know, especially as technology people, that whatever you do, surely there will be breakdowns. Now, how do I resolve these? Firstly, proactively. How do I operate my network proactively so that the issues or the failures are minimized? At the same time, if there is a failure, how do I come back faster? So that is the second part. And lastly, the support machinery that we have as an operator, both at the back end, which is customer service call center arena, and the front end, which is the field. How do we enable them using technology? Okay, these are the considerations. A little bit of theory part, which is how do you use artificial intelligence now to carry out the transformation that I just talked about. Okay, so naturally the AI brain, which is the central intelligence, that would always be the repository that would drive the intelligence. Then the network fabric, and I'll dwell upon this. Network fabric, how do you make it more and more intelligent? And finally, each and every touch point that the customer faces, how do you make it smart using artificial intelligence? That is how the journey would be. And I'll take one by one. See, the network management, and I was really talking to the seniors from the industry, how the network management has transformed over the years. So from a reactive to proactive and to predictive, which is really going to be the future. So, the reactive network, which was the yesterday's technology, so very, very manual, human intervention led. From there on, the basic thing, how do you select your network for your, for the technology for your network? Is it now, increasingly, is it being driven AI? And therefore, I have a smart equipment selection. Either I upgrade my existing network to the AI-enabled networks or select networks which are AI-enabled. Okay? The next one, therefore, it leads to predictive monitoring. So from reactive to proactive to predictive. And this is where the intelligence of AI comes into picture, where it has got, thanks to the machine learning, it would be learning and having the repository of the old faults. It would actually prompt you to the smart troubleshooting, smart network intelligence. And finally, the equipment itself being chosen as a self-healing network that would reduce the downtime. The other part which I talked about is the field operation. So the frontline field teams, who actually are the most important touch point towards the consumer, how do you enable them with technology? Okay, so for example, a new installation today in the world of Uber, Ola, and all other services, the consumer decides when he wants that installation. So we call it appointment automation. So, and how it helps me is also smartly, how do I, effectively utilize the workforce on ground. Okay. On the provisioning of service itself, the artificial intelligence-led network helps me to provision it like a plug and play. Today, broadband at home, only physical activity that happens is a wiring, physical wiring, but the entire service provisioning happens in an automated manner. The AI is today driving this for me. Lastly, on the customer end, if there is a fault repair to be happening, how does the technology is enabling that frontline person through service apps, and so the customer's history of failures, etc., is known to them. Okay, so this is how you would enable the field force. Similarly, on the back end, which is the support centers, call centers, again, see, the approach is now changing. Customers today, especially, India is blessed to be the youth capital of the world. So the young generation of consumers, they are not really used to calling a call center and getting their faults attended. They would want the help to be available at their end. So it starts with giving the self-diagnostic capabilities in the hands of the customer. From there on, if the problem does not solve, then surely they will reach out to the customer support call center. How do I enable the agents? How I provide smart troubleshooting by way of AI as technology. and that helps faster troubleshooting. And lastly, the advent of technologies like chat. I mean, you no longer are required to talk to the customer, but the customer would be chatting either through bots or manual supported chat ecosystem. I'm just using two use cases specifically. What we did, when I talked about the call center, we were driving two things. One, a unified platform. See, imagine or remember old days when the call center, if a customer would reach there, they would have to take out data from multiple ecosystems. That would consume time. Today, what we call as a one view is a unified platform. It gives the entire information on single screen to the call center agent. That helps troubleshooting very, very fast. And it is an omni-channel experience. Just to elaborate on this, I'll take 2 minutes. So, we all know that there are multiple systems within an organization which are facing customers. So CRM, the customer data repository, the device management at the customer end, network management system for the network, GIS as a inventory system, and other, so such Omni platform. So today my Omni platform is actually talking to all these systems and to the operator at the call center, it is actually providing a single screen, one view. Okay? And so when they are interacting with the consumers, it is a much intelligent conversation. And AI is actually making it even better. We saw all the customer facing parameters improving in a big way. So today call center is not a call center but a resolution center, with about 70% of the failures actually being taken care there and then. You don't need to send it to the field. The other use case is what we call as a digital team. Traditionally, the IT systems in any company, how the process happens is that there is a business requirement. The business teams would come to the IT for digital intervention. It would be treated as a new requirement or a change requirement and created as a new solution. We actually turned that around. So the digital team, which is actually made up of people from the line functions, they look at the requirement, they prioritize it. The priority is very, very clear. Compliance, customer and customer facing teams productivity, very clear productivity. As an outcome, then they actually look at, it's a collaborative group. It looks at, it's a single point of decision, build or buy. If there is a ready-made solution available, to do it here and now. It saves cost as well as time. And finally, the ownership with the business. So these are used as use cases. So coming back, this is what I had shown. So the transformation of broadband customer experience, these are the facets. So at Tata Play Fiber, we are really ahead onto this innovation. This is what we are. We would like to call us as a BMW of the customer experience, because that is what drives us as a single goal for towards our consumers. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for those valuable insights and for sharing the Tata Play Fiber's inspiring vision for India's connected future. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished operator keynote address speaker, Shri Puneet Garg, President and Group Wireline CTO, Reliance Jio, could not be present here physically due to some unforeseen circumstances, but he has joined us on the virtual platform, and we now invite Shri Puneet Garg for his operator keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. It's unfortunate that I am not physically present there, but this is the real power of internet, where the unconnected is connected. So thanks Shashi in organizing this event. And it is great to see that we are talking a topic called connected to unconnected, and this really has very significant topic, and what we should discuss in today's world, when technology is enabling any part of the world to be connected, then how we can leverage those technologies to connect the unconnected part of India. As we understand, India has 300 million homes. They are residing across 650,000 villages and 4,000 over towns. This 650,000 villages, the best way to connect, because right now through technology, the way we are rolling out technology, it is either based on FTTH or 5G FWA, which is wireless, or something to do with other satellite based communication as well. So when we are connecting to these villages, it should be such that it is affordable, and it should pass on a message that broadband is for every budget homes. It shall not be the Mercedes of broadband, which is available only for few. It shall be available for all, so that the digital divide can be bridged easily, and we can bring the remotest part of our population to the digital connectivity. That shall help providing the education, skill development, and that connectivity shall help to provide online classes, online tutorials, online teachers accessing the information online, so that they can get connected to the world, and then they can get the maximum benefit out of the digital connectivity. Another important thing which can be extended to this remote part of villages or towns is the health and well-being. So broadband will definitely bring telemedicine, remote consultation, and access to critical health information, which our population can use and drive their well-being. Similarly, the government-led services will also be able to reach into the remotest part of country through this three technology which I spoke about. So let's understand what Geo is doing in this regard. As you know, we are number one telecom operator of India, with around 500 million customers connected on us between mobile and homes. And we are still spearheading and covering the most part of the country through wireline and wireless technology, being it is FTTH or BWA or FWA. And satellite will be soon. And as I heard Sachin Deshpande talking about customer experience, so one thing is for sure, that when we talk about homes and network, there are two changes which are happening. First, we are seeing that now homes are becoming a mini network. What does it mean? What we are seeing, like each home has multiple devices in the home in terms of mobile phone, laptop, iPad, cameras, uh, IoT enabled devices, which are getting connected onto the broadband through Wi-Fi. And if any problem happens in these devices, the user think this is a problem of operator. If any channel is not operating properly, the problem or the experience goes to the uh, operator. So from that perspective, earlier we used to say the telecom infrastructure is based on three major pillars, which is tower, fiber, power. Now that paradigm is getting changed from a broadband perspective into power, fiber, and third domain which is getting added is AI. So AI is a kind of innovation which is happening now, and which is taking the whole of the operation to a new paradigm. We are having approximately 20 million homes which we have connected between wireline and wireless technology. And what we are seeing, the homes which we have connected on wireline or on wireless, we are able to provide the same kind of experience through a kind of automation which we have done for each and every home. What customer is experience, we are able to see from usage as well as his service experience. So this kind of thing for our paradigm to connect 300 million homes will not be possible through the normal automation which was available till yesterday, but AI led operation is enabling this kind of experience and demarcation to from a two perspective. One, if customer has a problem in his mini network, if through AI we able to identify what problem are there in his home and we enable the customer to himself take an action to solve an issue which is there inside his home from a broadband perspective, Wi-Fi perspective, or any of his device perspective, that would be a much more self-diagnostic and empowerment to customer in solving his problem itself. And any problem which is outside his home, that we anyway come to know through AI and through automation, and we will be fixing those problems by properly telling customer where the problem is and how we are fixing it, so that it is a win-win situation. One thing is for sure, like no matter what we do, this call center concept or customer calling at call center is a painful exercise. No matter how many people we put onto the call center, the kind of language, the kind of temperament of the agent, etc., will always be a challenge to provide a real quality of service to customer. So if we are able to put an AI-led agent who can talk to customer in their language, in their tonality, and in their emotions, that will definitely help to solve the problem of customer, and by empowering customer themselves so that they can fix the problem at their home by themselves. So first, they are not calling. In the case of eventuality, if they need to call us, then they will be calling to an AI agent, which will be providing a much more pragmatic experience to them, and that will give a real experience to customer from both service continuity as well as usage perspective. Other thing, what we see now, our customer has started using every day, at least the home customer, every day, the same kind of consumption what we see in developed countries like US or Singapore. Our customers started using around 13 to 14 gigabyte of traffic per day. So it means per month they are consuming over 400 gigabyte of traffic, and that goes true for all the developed economy. So point here is, when we are offering services to customers, when we are connecting customers, we are seeing usage. There is a demand the customer to use the content, to uh, use the internet, and with AI coming in, we are expecting this to increase further, and that would be the real happy scenario for all the broadband operator, that how we would be able to provide the AI inferencing solution to customer, so that from a latency perspective his experience is always good. And could be 2 point which can happen. One is basically we can put up a layer kind of architecture in which the heavy lifting of data happens at the central site, and all the user interface from customer point of view can happen near to the customer. So this two-layer architecture shall help in providing the real experience to customer, and that shall help in building a network which is cost efficient, that would be putting less load on IP and transport, and that will be able to give a customer sub 10 millisecond latency scenario. And I am visualizing that will be happening soon or shall happen soon. Uh, Beside this, definitely what we foresee in the coming future, the AI-led operation, AI-led customer lifecycle will be the real use cases which will give operators a kind of belongingness and closeness to customer on which the real benefit of broadband can be provided to customer. Coming back to India, if we are able to connect every nook and corner of India with an affordable technology, then we would be able to say a connected India would be a stronger India. With that, I again convey my sincere thanks to Shashi and his entire team in connecting me from Mumbai to Delhi. Uh, Shashi, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my distinct honor to welcome our esteemed guest of honor, Shri Sanjay Agarwalji, ITS Director, Directorate of Coordination, Police Wireless, DCPW, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. Shri Agarwalji is the Distinguished Officer of the Indian Telecom Service, ITS, and has played a pivotal role in modernizing India's emergency communication frameworks. Under his leadership, DCPW has advanced critical communication networks that ensure seamless coordination between various security and law enforcement agencies across the country. His expertise in digital security, strategic planning, and emergency communication systems has significantly contributed to strengthening our national preparedness and resilience infrastructure. We are truly privileged to have him with us today to share his insights on the evolving landscape of security communication and the importance of technological synergy in the national coordination effort. So we thank you sincerely for taking time to address this gathering and for your continued commitment to strengthening India's internet security mechanism. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome our guest of honor, Shri Sanjay Agarwalji.
थैंक यू। मंच पर आसीन हमारे वरिष्ठ विवेक बांजल सर, सभी विद्वानगण और मित्रों, 70 के दशक में एक गाना आया था किशोर कुमार साहब का, हर कोई चाहता है एक मुट्ठी आसमान, हर कोई ढूंढता है एक मुट्ठी आसमान। वो गाना इस समय बिल्कुल सबसे ज़्यादा मतलब फिट बैठता है, क्योंकि हर आदमी आसमान मतलब बड़े से बड़ा ब्रॉडबैंड, बड़े से बड़ा ब्रॉडबैंड, और वो पूरी मुट्ठी में ले लेना चाहता है। And thanks to the people who are sitting on the dais, they have provided it to a vast segment, the kind of technology which was unprecedented till date. However, the technology has caused a lot of disruption in terms of security. Some we know very well, like Ukraine attacked on Russia through drones, and that was a technological disruption. The other was that in Hezbollah, the handsets got busted. With whatever technology disruptions were there, there are many more. I mean, when we go to Naxalite areas, then we deal with J&K, when we go to Northeast, wherever we go, there are so many kind of technological disruptions which we cannot discuss at any open forum. And that creates a kind of sense of urgency in the government to have a secure and powerful network for the security agencies. What is happening today, that the people who are having best of the technologies available and the police who are chasing them or the security agencies who are chasing them, they are yet to upgrade their technology. And as we know that this government, under the leadership of current Prime Minister Mr. Modi, it has taken the initiative to make the India secured. And with that particular perspective, already we have come up with a project that is called BBPPDR. That is, again, BB starts with broadband, and PP is the public protection and disaster relief network. So it is going to be a pan-India integrated network which will provide state-of-the-art communication, whether it is 5G or 6G or satellite, whatever it is, in the hands of every policeman, every CAPF guy, or even for disaster relief operations, that will be available. And that is a massive project. DCPW is going to lead that particular project. And already some 10 megahertz in 800 megahertz band has been allocated by DOT for this very purpose. And apart from that, we already have one more sort of communication that is completely captive in nature. That is PoleNet, that is satellite-based. We have indigenous Indian satellite. And we have VSAT terminals installed at some 1,000 locations. We have already connected all of the police heads of different states, CAPF heads, and everywhere we are using it. And now it is going to be upgraded to 1,000 more VSAT terminals. And further, we are going to have one newer version of PoleNet. That thing is again in the planning. And that is not only the thing. The point here is that the kind of reach we need in every nook and corner. Recently, we have gone through a very close war-like situation wherein the requirement of such kind of secure network was felt tremendously by everyone. And we got the calls from every state, particularly J&K and Punjab, to augment their technology. My friends who are sitting here from DCPW, they were able to provide the necessary support immediately, and we could deal with the situation, but there is again a need. And when I talked about Ek Muthi Asman, so when Ek Muthi Asman for everyone is a broadband, and the people who are sitting on dais and all of the operators, that Ek Muthi Asman is a spectrum. And that spectrum is very, nowadays, yes, very precious and very important resource. And that spectrum, again, satellite, Wi-Fi, and then 4G, 5G, 6G, telco, and maybe some newer technology may come. So those things are there. But again, we should think in terms of that, yes, there is one more stakeholder, that is government. And government also needs to have some sort of stake in the spectrum for dedicated spectrum, because we are sitting here because we are safe. So unless government has a proper stake, proper security arrangements, and for that, again, we need some sort of leverage in the spectrum. So I might sound a little odd to all of the people who are thinking that in this an hour, one more Bimar has come. So thank you very much. And with this, I conclude my words. Thank you very much for calling me here. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for your inspiring address. Ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at the key moment of the inaugural session, and it is our distinct honor to invite the Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Vivek Bansalji, Director CFA, Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited. Mr. Bansal is a highly respected telecom strategist and policy expert with decades of experience in the Indian telecommunications landscape. He has played a pivotal role in transforming BSNL's consumer-based fixed access services, spearheading the major national programs such as BharatNet, FTTH, that fiber to the home, and the digital infrastructure outreach across India's most remote and rural regions. His leadership has been instrumental in connecting the unconnected, enabling high-speed broadband in aspirational districts, border villages, and tribal communities, truly advancing India's vision of a digital Bharat. As the country embarks on the ambitious goals under Bharat Digital India 2.0, Shri Bansal's insights on the theme from BharatNet to SATCOM, delivering digital inclusion at scale, are both timely and inspiring. So we are eagerly looking forward to your address. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Vivek Bansalji.
Good morning, everyone. Namaskar. My dear friends on the dais and the august gathering of the audience, of my seniors, the experts, and also the drivers of what we are discussing for last hour and a half. So broadband for all is the mantra we have been hearing for last few years. And the summit is saying connecting the unconnected, bridging the gap, use wireless, wireline, SATCOM, all technologies, and the evolving landscape of Indian connectivity. Now all these words are truly global in nature, but the most important, the most significant, and the most effective word in this whole vision, mission statement is the Indian connectivity. Why? Because in a ARPU of less than $5 a month for a family of say 4, or less than $10 a month for a institution which is having multiple users, for a geography as diverse as it can, ranging a population of an hamlet of 100 homes to maybe a rural village having a population of 10,000 people. And we need all the technologies, the 4Gs, 5Gs, fixed wireless, FTTX, SATCOM, everything. And therefore, this convergence is not the choice. It is the need if we want to reach across to everyone. In order to truly live to the statement Indian connectivity at an affordable price to the customer, but also at a commercially viable and sustainable business case for the service provider as well. And all of this converge into only one thing, which is broadband for all, because until and unless we have the volumes, it will not be sustainable. And until and unless we reach to every home, every institution, every nook and corner, it will not be the Indian connectivity. Especially the lower income group stratas, the rural terrain, for the use cases as diverse as CCTVs. A few of those who have not seen villages, please go and visit. CCTV in the rural area is a reality now. To, of course, online classes, which started during the COVID period, the highlights of a match, to the live coverage of the war, the online puja, online darshan, to how to grow kesar in your home. There's a project going on, I have seen in one of the states, where the kesar is actually grown in a home. I had visited that place. And only, I think, day before we have, you must have read that UPI is now the global maximum, the highest transaction, financial transaction per day instrument. At a 650 million transactions per day in a total 2.17 billion transaction per day kitty. And the Visa, who used to be number 1, is now number 2 with 639 million. And why this UPI has become a success? Because it has reached to everyone. The Indian connectivity penetrating across geographies, used by everyone, with all kind of diversities we have. My friends who have already given you an insight of what kind of services are being provided, from AI to the customer prospect to the SATCOM. I'll touch upon a few things on BharatNet, which has been told by a few of the speakers. BharatNet has, you all know, and maybe a couple of years back it was sometimes mentioned for the wrong reasons also. But in last 3 years plus, it is work in progress for transformation into a network which will not be available only for the customers, but will also be available for all the service providers as well, as a non-discriminatory network which you can use for fiberizing your tower. We have already done few hundreds, to any kind of pipe you want to carry for your content, for your value addition, for any type of use case. So in the villages, in the rural area, a silent revolution is happening. Now why I call it silent? Because it is not much talked about. And why I call it revolution is because I'll share you some figures which will really give you the insight on why this is really a revolution. I'm talking about 55,000 odd Gram Panchayats plus 20,000 odd non-Gram Panchayat villages. So the figure is total around 75K. In these 75,000s, we have more than 1 million houses, more than 1 million homes which are connected, more than 200,000 rural institutions which are connected. I am talking only of those 55,000 panchayats and 20,000 non-panchayat villages. And in this calendar year, starting from January 1st to June 30th, these million houses and 200,000 rural institutions. It has women self-help groups, it has Anganwadis. They have consumed 900 petabyte in last 6 months. Of course, averaging around 190 GB per connection, but then average sometimes doesn't give you the real insight. 10% of these users are using more than 500 GB every month. 40% are using between 100 GB to 500 GB. 20% are using 50 GB to 100 GB. And then there are the rest 25% which are using below 50 GB. Which means the need of a person sitting in a remotest corner for communication is much more than someone sitting in the metro town, because he doesn't have access to any other thing to connect to the world, to know what is happening, to get what he requires, other than the communication. And therefore, this silent revolution, which is taking shape, is something which we should be proud of. And maybe Shashidharan may have to choose another subject after 3 more summits, because it will already be broadband for all. Thanks to the combined effort of the industry, converging technologies, and going for the volumes which are there. I had visited something around 70-75 villages in last 3 years. And the kind of experience you see in one of the village in Kerala, when you enter inside the panchayat office, and if you are blindfold when you are entering inside, and when your eyes are open, you will find that maybe you are in some IT park. I mean, this is what the panchayat office from inside it is looking. I had visited a panchayat in Telangana. The front room of the panchayat office displays what? In your wildest of imagination, you will not. 3 ISO certificate awarded to that panchayat is the first thing you encounter when you enter into the panchayat. Only last weekend I was in Punjab in one of the village, in one of the school. We have all learned using computer that Control C is something you use for copy, Control A is something you use for select all. The school wall has a big picture of Control A, Control B, Control C. Control B is for making a selected text as bold. Even I was not knowing that what control B is. This is the kind of ABC our rural schools are now teaching to their students. And this classroom in which I was sitting was class 6. So this revolution is actually penetrating right into the heart of India. We say, Bharat to gaon mein basta hai, right into the heart. And therefore, I am not only hopeful, I am confident that such a convergence, because it is no more a choice, it is the only way out, and such a volume, because again that is not a choice, it is the only option available for the survival of all the stakeholders here and for India to become connected India in true sense, in Latin terms. Thank you very much. I wish all the success to the summit, and please start searching for a new topic, because you may not have another 3 years going with the same. Thank you. Dhanyavad. Namaskar.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that inspiring inaugural address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to formally conclude this impactful inaugural session, I have the pleasure of inviting Brigadier Anil Tandon, Director General of Broadband India Forum, to propose the vote of thanks.
Dignitaries on the dais, industry experts, colleagues, and media attendees to the event. As we come to the end of this inaugural session, on the occasion of today's Broadband India Summit 2025, and in any case, we have to look for a new subject with the theme Broadband for All, from BharatNet to SATCOM, the evolving landscape of Indian connectivity. I have the privilege and honor to deliver the formal vote of thanks. It's been a very educative and enriching session, vast amount of knowledge shared, enthusiasm of all the speakers. Let me start with thanking first our chief guest, Shri Vivek Bansal, CFA Joint Director, Director CFA BSNL Board, for taking valuable time out from his extremely busy schedule to preside over as the chief guest of the event today. He inspired us with a special address which focused around measures and efforts being made by BSNL and the rest of the industry, how BharatNet is enabling rural digital connectivity, and I wouldn't say just digital connectivity, but now the word is meaningful connectivity, by taking the fiber to all the Gram Panchayats and looking for the phase 3 implementation of the BharatNet. He brought out how the silent revolution with his examples of visits to the villages. It was very heartening to note that the usage in the rural areas has reached a high figure of somewhere around 200 GB, around 200 GB per connection. So it was very insightful, his visits to the villages and what he has found there. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing all this with us. I would also like to especially thank our special guest of honor, Director DCPW, Shri Sanjay Agarwal, for taking time out from another busy person. Recently moved into this new appointment a couple of months ago. I'm sure he will be very busy with all the activities that are there. And making the audience aware on a new aspect of the government's efforts and thrust in the national public safety and disaster management, disaster recovery. He talked of the PPDR. He gave you an introduction of PPDR. He also brought out that we all need to look at the requirement for government, the spectrum, and the need for a separate government network, which really comes in during the emergency time. And coming from a background of the defense, I do understand the need for some separate spectrum for the defense as well as for the other government organizations. Thank you very much, sir. And I would like, coming to taking on from where he has left off, I thought I'll take this opportunity to tell you, to inform everybody here in the audience and those in the dais that we are, that is the Broadband India Forum is going to host a critical communications event on the 22nd of August, and Shri Sanjay Agarwal would be supporting us in that event. I'd also like to thank all the Professor Kiran Kuchi, who brought about the convergence of the technology and how he's working on doing the pre-commercial trials of something that he's developed for 5G in rural areas. And I'm sure WISEG will continue to do more and more research and come up with new ideas. Also wish to thank the other speakers, a dear friend and colleague of mine, Shri Rahul Vats. It was good to see him speaking today as a director of OneWeb, and not so much as he's left the place, but not so much as a chief regulator for Bharti Airtel, though I thought he was one of the persons who has been in this industry and has been involved in all the, right from 2G, 3G, 4G, fixed broadband and the satellite. So all aspects of the broadband he's been involved in. Then we've had Shri Manoj Tandon, who's talked of the, the work that the RailTel has done, the number of villages that they have connected, large number of villages with Wi-Fi, and the work that they will continue to do. Thank you very much, Manojji, for being here with us. Sachin Deshpande and took us through the customer experience and how the artificial intelligence can impact the same, and how Tata Play wants to be the BMW in the customer experience, which was also echoed by Puneet Garg, head of business, who's group president and group wireline CTO for Reliance. Thanks to him. He personally could not join, but he joined online. In the end, I would also like to offer my special thanks to Mr. Shashidharan, the MD, Bharat Exhibitions, for organizing this, such a wonderful event, Broadband India Summit. I'd also like to take this opportunity to recognize and thank all our event partners, rural connectivity partners, WISEG Networks, smart connectivity partners, ComScope, FTTX and lanyard partner, RANNext, platinum partner, TechSpire, silver partner, 60 Technologies, conference partner, LMES and SROM, associate partner, SATEC and Cyrotech, media partner, Communications Today, social media partner, the Marcom Avenue, and supporting partners, IAFI and ISPA. Thank you very much to the dignitaries and to all the others. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And now, as a token of our appreciation and to commemorate the invaluable contributions of all our esteemed guests, we would like to present a memento as a symbol of gratitude and respect. I would now request our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Vivek Bansalji, to kindly do the honors of presenting a memento to our guest of honor, Shri Sanjay Agarwalji. So if you could kindly step forward, thank you. We present, requesting Shri Bansalji to present to Shri Manoj Tandon. We now present to Shri Kiran Kuchi ji. And to Shri Sachin Deshpande. And I would now request Mr. Shashidharan to present a token of gratitude to Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Vivek Bansalji. Mr. Thomas. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. And may I request all our dignitaries to come forward for a group photograph, please. All the dignitaries to come forward. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we once again thank all our esteemed speakers and dignitaries for their valuable contributions. Your insights have certainly laid the foundation for meaningful conversations ahead. And before we proceed for tea, we have a few announcements to make. Ladies and gentlemen, from the next session onwards, we have a lucky draw wherein 2 participants will be the lucky winners of the lucky draw, for which we will be distributing a form with a small questionnaire for each session. You are requested to kindly fill in the form and submit at the registration counter outside or to our support staff next to the stage. The lucky draw will be conducted at the end of the event, and only those who are present at the time of the lucky draw will be eligible for the prizes. And with that, we now invite you to join us for a cup of tea and coffee. Please join us back in 15 minutes. The next session will commence sharp at 11 o'clock. Thank you. Enjoy your cup of tea and coffee and join us back in 15 minutes for the next session. Thank you.
Don't forget the lucky dip, because we have very good 6 lucky dip. Each session there will be a questions. There are few guidelines. You have to be here in all sessions and in the last session when we take out those lucky dips. So we have beautiful mobile phones and accessories. So do participate in the lucky dip. Thank you.
As demand for lightning-speed internet grows, service providers face complex challenges like expanding network infrastructure, all while ensuring reliability and affordability At CommScope, we deliver breakthrough technology that simplify fiber deployments, boost productivity, and lower total ownership costs. CommScope broadband solutions build future-ready networks that keep communities connected, backed by decades of engineering excellence for long-term stability and growth. Because broadband isn't just about speed, it's about forging lasting connections for families, schools, and businesses with secure, dependable service. To meet the growing demand for fiber connectivity, providers need solutions that simplify and accelerate rollouts. CommScope's comprehensive fiber-to-the-home portfolio does just that. CommScope Prodigy, an innovative hardened connectivity solution, features a compact terminal design, streamlines installation, reduces deployment times, and minimizes complexity. And with HeliArc high-performance fiber optic cables, providers get a low-count, lightweight fiber-to-the-home solution to solve the rural deployment puzzle. As we expand connectivity, sustainability remains a top priority. Our energy-efficient technologies and sustainable materials help reduce environmental impact. CommScope's end-to-end network solutions are designed to enable long-term scalability. This commitment reflects our dedication to building a more connected world, fostering a healthier planet for future generations. Our Build America, Buy America compliant products help providers bring broadband for everyone solutions to rural and remote communities, bridging the digital divide. Let's engineer the future of broadband together. Contact CommScope today to learn how.
Connection. It's what brings us together, bridging the space between here and there, sharing moments, thoughts, ideas, and experiences that matter. RAN Next. Here, connections are built. Connections that transform ordinary spaces into smart environments. From towering office complexes, bustling malls, vibrant hospitality hubs, to residential communities for seamless living. And outside, our rooftop telecom poles, RTP, bring the power of 5G closer, enabling businesses and communities to connect faster with smaller, smarter infrastructure. And inside, our in-building solutions, IBS, keep people connected, no matter where they are, in elevators, basements, boardrooms, or living rooms, powering the world with robust and reliable solutions. All controlled at your fingertips. Weaving an interconnected digital fabric with the help of our national and local operators. We are building the future of secure and innovative connections. Driven by the culture we've built, where innovation, trust, and collaboration guide every decision we make. At RAN Next, we don't just build networks, we build connection.
What do mountains, deserts, and forests have in common? They are all internet dead zones. Until these two brilliant minds build Gigamesh. While the world is still tangled up in fiber optic cables, Astrom's revolutionary technology transforms a single device into a hub, creating multiple high-speed connections using radio waves, specifically in E-band.
It's like connecting dots on a map, where each Astrom's link will act as a bridge to the next link.
Astrom is now advancing space-based connectivity through full-stack satellite communication systems. Astrom will be offering solutions for the entire spectrum between ground and satellite and inter-satellite communications. Our GigaSat is a flat-panel satellite ground terminal for satellite communication that ensures high-speed, low-latency connectivity anywhere in the world. We have also developed India's first software-defined SATCOM modem, which is secure and has user-configurable encryption for any ground terminal. Astrom's solutions are trusted by the Indian Defence Forces and are tailored for critical applications requiring secure and robust communication links. From developing SpaceNet, a fully software-defined satellite payload technology, to providing inter-satellite communications across orbits, Astrom is developing the full-stack offerings. With expertise in both hardware and software, Astrom offers integrated solutions for satellite and ground infrastructure, enabling seamless connectivity across diverse environments. Astrom is creating disruptive technologies that enable seamless, high-bandwidth connectivity across land, ocean, and air through innovations for a better connected world.
As demand for lightning-speed internet grows, service providers face complex challenges like expanding network infrastructure, all while ensuring reliability and affordability. At CommScope, we deliver breakthrough technology that simplify fiber deployments, boost productivity, and lower total ownership costs. CommScope broadband solutions build future-ready networks that keep communities connected, backed by decades of engineering excellence for long-term stability and growth. Because broadband isn't just about speed, it's about forging lasting connections for families, schools, and businesses with secure, dependable service. To meet the growing demand for fiber connectivity, providers need solutions that simplify and accelerate rollouts. CommScope's comprehensive fiber-to-the-home portfolio does just that. CommScope Prodigy, an innovative hardened connectivity solution, features a compact terminal design, streamlines installation, reduces deployment times, and minimizes complexity. And with HeliArc high-performance fiber optic cables, providers get a low-count, lightweight fiber-to-the-home solution to solve the rural deployment puzzle. As we expand connectivity, sustainability remains a top priority. Our energy-efficient technologies and sustainable materials help reduce environmental impact. CommScope's end-to-end network solutions are designed to enable long-term scalability. This commitment reflects our dedication to building a more connected world, fostering a healthier planet for future generations. Our Build America, Buy America compliant products help providers bring broadband for everyone solutions to rural and remote communities, bridging the digital divide. Let's engineer the future of broadband together. Contact CommScope today to learn how.
Connection. It's what brings us together, bridging the space between here and there, sharing moments, thoughts, ideas, and experiences that matter. RAN Next. Here, connections are built. Connections that transform ordinary spaces into smart environments. From towering office complexes, bustling malls, vibrant hospitality hubs, to residential communities for seamless living. And outside, our rooftop telecom poles, RTP, bring the power of 5G closer, enabling businesses and communities to connect faster with smaller, smarter infrastructure. And inside, our in-building solutions, IBS, keep people connected, no matter where they are, in elevators, basements, boardrooms, or living rooms, powering the world with robust and reliable solutions. All controlled at your fingertips. Weaving an interconnected digital fabric with the help of our national and local operators. We are building the future of secure and innovative connections. Driven by the culture we've built, where innovation, trust, and collaboration guide every decision we make. At RAN Next, we don't just build networks, we build connection.
What do mountains, deserts, and forests have in common? They are all internet dead zones. Until these two brilliant minds build gigamesh. While the world is still tangled up in fiber optic cables, Astrom's revolutionary technology transforms a single device into a hub, creating multiple high-speed connections using radio waves, specifically in E-band.
It's like connecting dots on a map, where each Astrom's link will act as a bridge to the next link.
Astrom is now advancing space-based connectivity through full-stack satellite communication systems. Astrom will be offering solutions for the entire spectrum between ground and satellite and inter-satellite communications. Our GigaSat is a flat-panel satellite ground terminal for satellite communication that ensures high-speed, low-latency connectivity anywhere in the world. We have also developed India's first software-defined SATCOM modem, which is secure and has user-configurable encryption for any ground terminal. Astrom's solutions are trusted by the Indian Defence Forces and are tailored for critical applications requiring secure and robust communication links. From developing SpaceNet, a fully software-defined satellite payload technology, to providing inter-satellite communications across orbits, Astrom is developing the full-stack offerings. With expertise in both hardware and software, Astrom offers integrated solutions for satellite and ground infrastructure, enabling seamless connectivity across diverse environments. Astrom is creating disruptive technologies that enable seamless, high-bandwidth connectivity across land, ocean, and air through innovations for a better connected world.
As demand for lightning-speed internet grows, service providers face complex challenges like expanding network infrastructure, all while ensuring reliability and affordability. At CommScope, we deliver breakthrough technology that simplify fiber deployments, boost productivity, and lower total ownership costs. CommScope broadband solutions build future-ready networks that keep communities connected, backed by decades
Ladies and
of
gentlemen,
engineering excellence. for
requesting
long-term
everyone to
stability and
kindly
growth.
be seated back. We are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of our first technical session.
Sustainability remains a top priority. Our energy-efficient technologies and sustainable materials help reduce environmental impact. CommScope's end-to-end network solutions are designed to enable long-term scalability. This commitment reflects our dedication to building a more connected world, fostering a healthier planet for future generations. Our Build America, Buy America compliant products help providers bring broadband for everyone solutions to rural and remote communities, bridging the digital divide. Let's engineer the future of broadband together. Contact CommScope today to learn how.
Connection. It's what brings us together, bridging the space between here and there, sharing moments, thoughts, ideas, and experiences that matter. RANNext. Here, connections are built. Connections that transform ordinary spaces into smart environments. From towering office complexes, bustling malls, vibrant hospitality hubs, to residential communities for seamless living. And outside, our rooftop telecom poles, RTP, bring the power of 5G closer, enabling businesses and communities to connect faster with smaller, smarter infrastructure. And inside, our in-building solutions, IBS, keep people connected, no matter where they are, in elevators, basements, boardrooms, or living rooms, powering the world with robust and reliable solutions. All controlled at your fingertips. Weaving an interconnected digital fabric with the help of our national and local operators. We are building the future of secure and innovative connections, driven by the culture we've built, where innovation, trust, and collaboration guide every decision we make. At RANNext, we don't just build networks, we build connection.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you all had a refreshing tea break. And during this session, we will be distributing the forms with a small questionnaire. These forms are also your entry to the lucky dip with some very attractive prizes which will be given at the end of the day. So please do fill in the form and drop in at the registration counter or to our support staff inside the hall. So we now resume our session 2 of technical presentations, part 1, where we dive deep into the backbone of the next generation connectivity, broadband access networks, innovation in fiber satellite and 5G, and the evolving role of AI and automation in the network management. This session will touch on multiple facets of the future of broadband, from Wi-Fi 6 versus private 5G to LEO satellites, GPON, mission-critical communications, and green broadband, and integration of digital twins and smart infrastructure in connectivity planning. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite on stage our session chair, Shri Arun Agarwalji, DDG Satellite, Department of Telecommunications. Let's put our hands together to welcome our session chair, and a round of applause to welcome our distinguished keynote speaker, Srimati Padma Jaiswal, IAS, Secretary in Government to the State of Union Territories and Secretary Government of Puducherry. A very, very warm welcome to you, ma'am. I also have the pleasure of inviting our distinguished presenters for this session. Speakers, I invite Mr. Sanjay Kawale, Manager, Products Comscope India Private Limited, who is a seasoned telecom professional with hands-on experience in broadband infrastructure and product innovation. Today he will be sharing insights into emerging technologies for managing fiber networks and the AI-driven transformation of customer experience. I invite Mr. Gopakumar Krishna, Chief Executive Officer, RA Next Technologies. Mr. Krishna is leading transformative projects in the realm of neutral FTTX networks and smart infrastructure. He joins us today to speak on the theme, Smart Infrastructure for Smart Connectivity through neutral FTTX networks, a critical area as we scale the rural-urban broadband. And we would now like to invite Mr. Rajesh Kaul, Founder and Director, LMES iConnective. Mr. Kaul has spearheaded inclusive broadband initiatives across undeserved areas. His work bridges last-mile connectivity and enterprise-grade broadband, and he will address on business models for fiber ISPs and the Wi-Fi for all movements, especially PM Vani. We also invite Mr. Vivek Narayan, who is retired DG Department of Telecommunication and ex-Secretary NFRA. He is National Financial Authority on the regulation for auditing and accounting in India and has played a major role in promotion of rural broadband. With those words of introduction, I hand over to our session chair, Shri Arun Agarwalji, to kindly begin the proceedings of this session with your opening remarks, followed by the keynote and the presentations. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for organizing this session on a very important topic, broadband access networks, FTTH, 5G and satellites. So as we all know that now broadband have become a very, very important service, without which it has become very difficult to carry out any business activities or even our daily course. Various technologies are being used, especially mobile, as we have got in our subscriber base of about 97 crore, out of which 93 crore is through mobile, and about 4 crore is through fixed wireline. So the role of mobile 5G and 4G is very huge in the proliferation of broadband in India. About 1/4 wireless connections are over 5G. Now we have a very strong 30 lakh number of base stations, out of which about 4.86 lakh are 5G base stations. So during the last 3 years, India has witnessed the fastest growth of 5G and correspondingly of broadband. When we talk about Wi-Fi, recently the government has de-licensed a very significant chunk of spectrum for provisioning Wi-Fi services. And Wi-Fi along with FTTH is providing the actual broadband connectivity inside our homes and campuses, public places also. Satellite connectivity is already very much there. There are high throughput satellites launched by ISRO, GSAT 11, 19, and recently GSAT 20 was launched with a huge 48 Gbps capacity by NSIL, which is a PSU of Department of Space. However, because these are geostationary satellites, so due to certain issues of latency, it has not become very popular considering the economic factors also. However, as now the government has granted 3 licenses to OneWeb, Geo, and Starlink for providing this type of broadband connectivity through LEO-MEO satellites, and taking into account the worldwide trend of the proliferation of satellite broadband, like there are around 7 to 8 million broadband subscribers over satellite world over. Let us hope that India will also have a robust growth, especially in those areas where terrestrial connectivity is not available or not reliable. With these brief opening remarks, I invite our session speakers for making presentation. So first I invite Ms. Padma Jaiswal, IAS, who is Secretary, Government Puducherry. Over to Ms. Padma.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we have our first presentation, a kind request for all our exhibitors and the visitors. We would request you to kindly keep the noise at the minimum as it is disturbing our presenters here. And secondly, due to the time constraint, I would request all our presenters to kindly conclude in about 10 to 12 minutes each. And we will have question and answers in the end after all the presentations are over, if the time permits. Thank you. And over to you, ma'am. Let's put our hands together to welcome our keynote speaker.
Organizers of this broadband conference, Bharat Exhibitions, and the esteemed speakers on the dais, and all the esteemed dignitaries who are present of the dais, the members from the industry, and various internet solution providers. So we are here to today discuss and deliberate upon the various broadband options which are available in our country so that we can progress and we can develop our GDP numbers. Now broadband plays a very important role, and India has always been a forefront of this particular initiative, as we have already developed the digital public infrastructure in the form of identities, creating our unique identities, and also in terms of various kind of other these payments, the payments platform of UPI. So our digital infrastructure is very robust, and it has been acclaimed worldwide that the India possesses a very good digital public infrastructure. But at the same time, we need to concentrate on the hardware aspect also. Now, technology has made so many strides. Now, I remember way back in 2008, when only 2G or 3G were in vogue, and 2G or 3G took 8 years to get launched and to get penetrated and percolated in the various nook and corners of the country. But now then after 2015, we had launched 3G and 4G and now 5G. So all these technologies took very little time to progress and develop. It's now on an average, we are taking 2 years or 3 years to imbibe and immerse ourselves into these technologies. And now, as our chairperson also has said, that the government has de-licensed the 6G also, Wi-Fi band also. So this is a great initiative which has been taking place. But now we have to pay attention toward the prospects that this particular development which is taking place, it should be unified and it should be uniform. Because as the data from the government data, we have noted that the broadband percolation is quite progressive when it comes to urban places, and whereas in the rural places, the development is very patchy. The thing is that now I come from Puducherry. At present, I am posted in Puducherry. Puducherry has been a pilot, the place where the pilot projects of Government of India takes place. So we have implemented, Government of India has implemented the fiber project, the various kind of 5G projects, FTTH cables, and all the project, the submarine laying down of submarine cables in Puducherry. So out of the feedback that we have received after implementing the pilot projects of Government of India, I will just share my evaluations from those experiences. Now it has been seen that there are two aspects where we have to go for wireless or wire-free, Wi-Fi. Now the thing is that we have indoors and we have outdoors. Now from the outdoors, the fiber cable network or the wire broadband is suitable. But once we come inside the indoors, these cable network plays a very little role. So we have to really develop the gadgets which are very Wi-Fi friendly, which are friendly very wirelessly. And throughout the world, if you see the development, I mean, my corporate counterparts will appreciate that around 18 billion gadgets have been, invented, which are totally Wi-Fi, which are Wi-Fi friendly. Now, by Google or by Microsoft, so many corporate sector, they are implementing more and more of Wi-Fi gadgets. Now, whether it is in the sector of health or whether it is in the sector of manufacturing, 3D manufacturing, or to maintain a critical infrastructure. And even in the defense installations, now we have seen this Sindoor operation which has taken place. Now, Wi-Fi played a so major role in, all these kind of, in this warfare. So Wi-Fi is here to stay. But whatever our experiences in the field shows that we are more prone to, we still the application of the Wi-Fi in our society has to go a long way. We have to be very friendly and we have to be more prone towards the instruments which are Wi-Fi friendly in nature. Now, government has launched one program called PM Vani. Now, PM Vani, in that program, the government has totally delicensed it, and the Wi-Fi is totally delicensed, and the 6G is even launched in the coming days. So now we have seen that the operators which have been given the licenses to run this particular access points, the success has not been up to our expectations. This is because our India is very heterogeneous and diverse in nature. After every 10 kilometers, the diversity and the demographics of the place changes. So therefore, we have to come out with various decentralized solutions. With the uniform solutions will not be able to will not be so much applicable and will not be so much immersive in Indian environment. We have to create the decentralized solutions for each and every point. Now, when I come to South, I am coming from South India. In South India, the Wi-Fi application is much more friendly. People are very much friendly and they have even immersed themselves in the Wi-Fi experiences. But as we go towards the other states, like the northern states, we see it has long way to go. Now, one experiences that we have shared is about, like this sachetization of the services. Now, they say that if PM Vani has to be successful, the sachet, like, the way we have the sachets solution for our other, consumer products, like, for example, shampoo and other kind of, body wash and all that, we develop sachets so that it can be applicable in the rural areas. In the similar way, we have to come out with a sachetization concept in our Wi-Fi also in the rural areas and northern area part of our country, so as to make the Wi-Fi more immersive. This is the experiences which we have experienced out of the implementation of this PM Vani project. But the government is, really trying to complement, to create a kind of policy mechanism, the spectrum allocation in the way so that these Wi-Fi lines and Wi-Fi, this all gets converged and they are complementary each other and they are not competitive with each other. But it will be better for the economy if the implementation of Wi-Fi gadgets will be more promoted and more accepted in our society, and for which we have to work towards it. And there are other speakers also from which I have to gain the insights and I have to learn from their experiences. They are from the corporate sector and from the other section of the society. So I had to share this, and still the deliberation is going on, and I will share my insight in the due course of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Padma Jaiswalji, for her emphasis and for providing details about the Puducherry's project on Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is a very important technology, and the government is also promoting it, as evident from the recent delicensing of the spectrum. Now I invite Mr. Sanjay Kawale to make his presentation.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. So, thank you, sir. Here we are talking about broadband, and it's really great to learn about the requirements, expectations from various parts of the organizations and countries. Like you can see the administrative officers talking about some requirements. There's BSNL, there's everybody talking about it. Generally, what I find, we have a presentation. Excuse me. We have a presentation. Oh, yeah, good, good. Yeah, I can see it now. Okay. So, generally what we're talking about is the broadband, and broadband generally people talk about is the first thing that comes to mind is active. So we have heard people talking about active and automations into active. If you divide that broadband experience from only in the two categories of wireless and wireline, I will be focusing more upon wireline. And inside the wireline also there is active and passive. So generally because we focus on active, like we spoke about zero touch provisioning in the morning, we spoke about experience of customer, automations and all that. So I'll be focusing more upon the passive part of it. I'll be going very fast here because these are all the basics that we have been using, but touching back the basics is what is giving us the solutions and also leading us to the problems that we have as of now. So we have solutions available for us for serving the broadband customer by using a centralized network. Here centralized means the first level of splitter is always at one of the main location from where everything is connected. Then we have distributed network, then we have cascaded. Generally in our solutions in India, we are using cascaded one. In the cascaded also there are various types of solutions, like you have a daisy chaining one, which follows one cable and goes from one home to another home, one building to another building, and then to the home. Then we have cascaded indexing. This is something which I am going to propose as a new generation solution for old generation practices and the problems because of that, and the challenges that we have in our field as of now. Then we have cascaded taps. So as we heard Padma Madam talking about in the villages, and we have infrastructure already laid into the ground, and we have villages to connect. So we are running short of fibers. It's not only for the government organizations, but even for the private organizations. We're always running short of fiber, and putting a fiber is always challenging. So this is one of the solutions, cascaded tap, which can be used into a solution where we need to connect villages, village panchayats, right? So these are the things that I'm going to talk about. Each of these is followed by a separate slide, but I'll rush through that because I'll be just touching the most important thing of it. So this is one which we have been using for a long time. This is our centralized solution. We all love it because all the equipments which we need to manage are at one location, but then lots of fibers are going into the network, which is always a challenge in terms of cost and ROW and things like that. So this is one of the solution. We are not really using it much. This is very useful when you have a very centralized, controlled environment everywhere. Coming to the solution part of it, since it is a very high density network, you need bigger fiber cables, you need bigger splitter enclosures, you need everything which is bigger in size to handle those many numbers of fibers. And that is why most of the operators are not really following this method. But these are all ITUT recommended solutions. Then we go to a distributed architecture. Yes, we like this because now the splitters are going away from the OLTs and getting into the ground. So what happens is the fiber required from the optical line termination to the splitter is distributed, and hence the number of fibers getting into the distribution network are reducing, or they are starting from a different point. So you have different points to start your fiber with a lesser fiber count. And that solves the problem from the topology perspective, coverage perspective, and also helps you to manage it effectively. The only challenge is now you have multiple points to manage where we have the S1s deployed across. So this is one more solution. The saving, we save a lot of fiber in the distribution by distributing the S1. That's summary of this particular slide. Since now the fiber counts has reduced, the fiber cable reduces count, fiber count reduces, the enclosures and the boxes becomes little smaller, easy to handle. The end point almost remains the same because they are the ones which are serving the building and they almost remains the same. Coming to the cascaded star architecture, in this you are using one splitter and using the splitted output to cascade further. This is one of the most popular method and which has been prevailing everywhere. We have been using this for all the solutions across. People can use 1:8 by 1:8, which is the standard solution. You can go for 1:4, 1:16, or whichever split you want based upon the location that you have and the bandwidth plan that you want to offer. If you are using 64 split, definitely you can give 40 Mbps as a guaranteed bandwidth, and then using concurrency you can go up to 100 Mbps. But if you have a premium customer, you want to give minimum 100 Mbps guarantee, you can choose a different split ratio and do it. But the fundamental remains same. The architecture is a cascaded one. You use the first S1, use the splitted output to cascade further into the deeper into the geography. So this is one solution. In this, you not only save the fiber, you get best of the both. You have a centralized, you have a decentralized, you have reduction of fiber, you have distribution of topology, everything. It's possible to make star network from here. We can make a ring network from here. You can make star plus ring plus blur, anything you can make it. So it's that easy to manage. So this is one of the most popular solutions that we have been using. Now, because it's one of the most popular, definitely it brings in a lot of other benefits, not only the cable reduction, but all the other enclosures and joint closures become almost common to what we have been using in the past for our OFC network. And that is why it becomes very attractive for everybody, that I can use almost the same network elements that I was using, just using the other FTTH-related network elements separately, and I can do it. So it becomes like a common usage of joint closures into both the domains of NLDs and optical fiber coming into the FTTH. So that's why this is the most popular one. Now coming to cascaded daisy chaining. Now this is the one which, if you look at FTTH network and all the ITT recommendations, it's basically a linear network. It's not something like what we have been seeing in SDH, which had a ring, or in IP you can say you can make a lot of rings and resiliency. But FTTH basically is a linear network. So if it is a linear network, we can as well use a single fiber, do a mid-span, drop the fiber required, go ahead and make a daisy chaining. So in this what happens is you get not only fiber distribution but a low fiber count, because now you are only dropping the required fiber in that building. So if you have a small building where you don't expect more than 8 homes, one fiber can be dropped, go ahead. So if you are using a 24 fiber or a 48 fiber cable, it can go straight into many buildings till it drops, say 24 or 48 splitters. If you want to keep some as a standby, yes, you can always. That's going to be a normal network planning rules, right? So almost same elements are used here and we can do it. But what is happening is, all this while, we have been talking about what we have been doing for a very long time. And that we call splicing. Because fiber and splicing goes hand in hand. We always think about fiber and splicing as a solution, right? So whatever I spoke till now is a splicing solution, correct? So what is happening? Everything is good, we have no problems, but what is happening is, I am not getting the speed of deployment. Many times I get stuck because of fiber planning, right? Ease of deployment, again the same thing. Where to put fiber, what kind of fiber, where to use, and all that. Then again, time and cost of splicing. Like my experience is that you deploy a network on one day, and then you wait for the splicer to come and splice, right? So splicing cost and time is always a challenge for me. Then because of that, a skilled labor requirement. And what is happening during all these things, if there is a small mistake in planning, we are likely, I'm not saying in all the cases, not get a right connection at the first time. I mean to say, the person goes to home, connects it, and finds that there is no power. Or he goes and connects it, but he is connected to some wrong port which he was not supposed to. Maybe he's landing into another OLT port. So it can all happen. So all is well. I'm very happy with my splicing, but I still have problems. And one of the problems that I have not mentioned here, I said, which I learned just about a month back. Now when the fiber capacity is going almost out of hands. Multiple lands are getting collected together, becoming a bigger plot, and becomes a building of 8 floors, 16 floors, 20 floors. Sudden burst of requirement, the capacity enhancement required, which is also called as choking by one of the operator, that his GPON network and fiber network is choked, is also a big problem. So, shall we keep doing the same thing, or shall we try something new, right? And that's why I said, as I hear from people, that there are challenges, and every time I hear something, it gives me a new idea. So this is one of the challenges we saw, and we come up with a simple solution. Now we can call it automation here. We can use the word automation here, but in the passive domain, that automation doesn't really mean that you have machines and servers and things, coming in and giving you prompts. Here the automation simply means we have cables which are defined at both the ends, and hence they are smaller, easy to deploy, easy to connect, no splicing required, very fast, very, very easy to do it. So this is one of the solutions. We call it plug and play solution in a normal language. The trademark name by the CommScope is FLX, Flexible ODN, right? What does it give you? First thing, in our old network, we were having 608 splicing done in a particular sample area of 2,000 homes by a 16-port OLT. Now, if you use this particular solution, you will have only 32 splicings, because there are splicing only at the first location. There are no splicing at the second location. And the number of locations where you really need to do splicing is 16, not 144. So you are actually controlling the whole timesheet, and hence it becomes very easy and fast to deploy. So this is what we call FLX ODN. Now this is little bit more in details. We can also see this video playing at our CommScope stall, which will explain everything more in details. I think we can. Oh, it's there. So 1 minute only, so we can spend time here. So this is our S1 location, and this is our S2 location. You just take the cable and continue. You just need to do splicing only at the first location. Thereafter, it's only connect, 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 click, click, click. You go and connect it first location. Your first pad S2 is ready, and they just go on connecting. Just click into the last pad, and the next pad is ready. And the distribution. Now here I say why I am using the word automation, because the distribution of fiber for the next pad is done inside this connector. So you don't have to worry about which fiber is going to where. The moment you connect the next FAT, you get the next fiber. So if this FAT is on number 7, you will get 7 fiber. If this is on 8, you will get 8 fiber. Automatically you will get that fiber number. You don't have to manage any documents here. Now the best thing is, because there are some fibers which are unused, they were used at the first location, the unused fiber were there. We are feeding from the reverse direction and upgrading the capacity on the same fiber cable, making it 2x. That's the beauty of this. So that's why I said it's kind of automated connections which can give you capacity expansions capability at the same locations when you have suddenly a plot turning into a flat scheme. So very easily you can upgrade.
So,
yeah.
Sanjay ji, is it over?
Yeah, just the last one. So and when we do a comparison of a real network within India, we found that we can save almost 36% of the cost when we build it. We can save almost 57% of the time, and this is already a mature technology which has been used all across the globe in a different form. For India, we have made it an unhardened, cost-effective solution, but otherwise it has been used and proven one. Just the last, because I said that one fiber I wanted to talk about, that single fiber is very important for a rural connectivity. So for a rural connectivity, when we are running short of fiber cable, this is one solution where you can start from the S1, go to S2s using a single fiber. So if you have already laid network and you have a capacity constraint on your fiber, use only one fiber, go to the next station, drop the power required, split it, connect the homes, right? So you don't need more than one fiber, you can keep on connecting it, And this is specifically proposed for a rural connectivity. We call it a TAP solution. So with that, I think I should wind up. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Sanjay Kawale, Comisco. He has emphasized on the passive solution for leveraging OFC for providing broadband connectivity. Now I invite Mr. Gop Kumar Krishna from Renex Technologies to kindly make his presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. So before I just start, I'll be dwelling upon the infra part. We are seeing technological advancements in device ecosystem, the back-end technology, but what about the infra? How are we laying the infra? Okay, so it's a brick and mortar kind of presentation, but I think it's very important for us to understand the role that it plays. Okay, so first let's look at how we have our buildings currently anywhere. You go to a Sarkari building, you go to a private building, you go to a residential complex, you will see that we have the shaft area, which is as complex, as dirty as you see right now, because nobody has focused on this. You can't connect an unconnected with a quality service with this kind of background that's there. You want to look at a rack. Inside the rack, this is what you end up seeing, because multiple guys going there, laying the network as per their standards. It's a mess. Nobody knows which network is whose. Okay, they themselves don't know. We look at a fat box. Again, the story continues. Okay, so there is a challenge that is there currently in the existing buildings, existing setup, and this challenge continues for the new buildings as well. Okay, because most of the country is still going in the same way. The regulatory norms are there, but the respective follow-up is, I would say, not in a great standards. Okay, so this is the manhole which is outside a building to where an operator brings their fiber, and from this manhole the connectivity to the building starts. So when you go to a manhole today, it's a mess. It's very difficult to connect. So this delays the overall connectivity issue in the country today. Okay, so the result of that one is that there are multiple fat boxes in each building, each shaft. So it's all mess, it's all clutter. Okay, what is the way forward for this? The way forward for this is to look for what we call, or what even the government calls, as a structured FTTX neutral network. That is the simple way forward. In the next 5-7 minutes, I will just cover a glimpse of this, and a bit more details can be seen from our booth when you guys come there. Okay, so traditionally, a structured network will look like this. So as you can see here, this is a depiction of a multi-tower complex where you put up a single fiber in each tower. The yellow line shows that. It goes to each of the flats, and then it is supported by a ring architecture, so that if you have a fiber cut in one area, your services are not disrupted. Okay? And then this network has the capability to go beyond the FTTX. It can serve multiple building management services there. It can offer you intercom, video door phone, surveillance. Think of whatever can make a building a smart building. All of it can run on this single network that can be laid. Okay? And as you can see, the fiber that's coming in the blue box below is where an operator can come and connect to this building. Now, this is a animation of this, what I said just now. And, this is an animation of what I said just now. It talks about how a single fiber is laid when you see it from a a graphical view, and I think the video is not playing. And that network eventually connects you to multiple devices in the building. Okay, so what happens from this is that an unstructured network, when you do it in a very structured way, it will show like this. Okay, people pay 50 lakhs, 1 crore, 10 crore, 100 crore for flats, for offices. It's important that we have our infra also deployed in a very structured way. That is the way we want the connectivity to happen in our buildings. Okay, you see how racks are done, how meticulously a rack is to be installed. This is how a fat box will look like once you do it in a very professional way. And this is again a recommendation that should be followed. A manhole, which I showed you earlier, eventually turns out something like this. Okay, so what we talk about with all this is that a simplified neutral network is the way forward. A single fat box can cater to multiple requirements in that building, and that building can be a 3,000 home pass building or a 10,000 home pass building. It works pretty well. Okay, so some of the benefits that is important to understand from this, as an end user, as somebody who's residing in that office building, or as a resident in that building, what you get is from a single network, you get multiple choice of operators there. You don't need to wait for one operator to come and lay the network there. Okay, because the network is already there, the guy has to just plug and play. Anybody can come and just connect. Okay, these are all futuristic networks. So as I said, the device ecosystem and the technology ecosystem is changing. So you need a backbone that can cater to that kind of thing coming up. A 4G, 5G, 6G kind of thing comes up, but if the infra is not good, it doesn't help. Okay, everything is possible with a single network. As I said, your home automation can also ride on it. You can get best of the devices. If you are a builder, developer, or a regulator, you obviously benefit from this single network with avoidance of a duplicity or a multiplicity of networks in that building. You are definitely gaining from a monopoly that is not going to happen in that building. Because today the advantage of an operator in the building is he gets monopoly there. A neutral network is the way forward, which helps you. It preserves this building aesthetics and city aesthetics. As I said, you are spending so much money in buying that flat, but if it's not of good quality, it doesn't help. And just now we heard since morning, multiple government services, including the public safety that we spoke, all of it is possible with a very robust infrastructure there. Okay? If you are a service provider, you get a chance to connect your first customer on day one. You don't need to wait for the occupancy level to go to a certain level to put a capex. This is already ready. The building is ready with the infra there. You get an enhanced quality of service, and your OPEX and CAPEX are also much better with a neutral network there rather than you doing it yourself. As a infra provider like us, who put up these kind of networks, you see the benefits that are coming up. So it's a mutually beneficial stuff across the spectrum that one can look at. Okay, so some of the examples that I want to show you through what's already there. So this is from DLF Downtown Gurgaon. This is how their infrastructure looks like. This is an example coming from Elante Mall, Chandigarh. This is the 10th largest mall in the country. Super busy like Ambience Mall or any mall in Delhi. This is coming from Embassy Acacia in Bangalore, a very high-end enterprise building hosting multinational companies there. Again, you see how well the network is laid. And this is from Godrej, Kolkata, a residential complex, again depicting a similar kind of network that I showed. This is from Oberoi Sky City in Mumbai. It's in Borivali. It's a big complex. Again, a clean network that you see how some of these distinguished developers have adopted. And I sincerely urge the august audience to push for this in your own endeavors that you are in this capacity. Finally, a small word about us. We are a Space World Group company. We provide state-of-art FTTX neutral infrastructure. We also have a rooftop solar solution that we are deploying now in 5 cities. As a company, we have come a long way. We are a pan-India company, as you can see. We have more than 1,000 projects that we have signed up. We have association with more than 130 plus operators in the country. We have quite a lot of marquee buildings. Some of them I just showed just now. All this happened just in a span of last 5+ years. Okay. With that, I offer 2 minutes and 10 seconds to my next speaker. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Gopakumar Krishna, for discussing about the infrastructure laying and how it can be simplified and streamlined. Now I invite Mr. Vivek Narayan, my senior colleague, for making his presentation.
Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank BIF and Bharat Exhibitions for having given me an opportunity to address you all the persons on the dais, distinguished audience, the media. So, I'll be dwelling on a different aspect, and let me straight come to the point. So this is the status in the last 2 years. 29 lakhs to 51 lakhs rural FTTH. I'm talking about rural FTTH connections. So although there have been growth of 75% in rural areas, but the net growth is 22 lakhs, vis-a-vis in urban areas it is 96 lakhs. And overall country growth rate 45%. Now this is what I have plotted is that on the x-axis is the rural FTTH density state-wise, and on the y-axis is the growth rate. So you can say majority of the states are near the origin, that is neither there is FTTH density nor there is growth rate. But there are certain exceptions. You can see I'll deal with each one of them individually. So broadband DOT has notified that it is 2 Mbps speed, and as per an ITU document it says that broadband access is considered affordable if it costs less than 2% of average monthly income. So I plotted this average monthly income per household I got from NABARD 2022 survey, and I have plotted this state-wise to give an insight on where are the opportunities for the telecom and ISPs to invest money on. See, for example, Punjab is having the highest household income, and this in bracket is the 2% of the monthly average household rural. I'm talking about rural only. So 21,842, 2% is 437 rupees. I understand that normally 300 to 400 rupees is the affordable price for a sustainable FTTH in rural areas. I think BSNL is charging 400 rupees. So growth rate in Punjab is 87% in the last 2 years. Whereas the neighboring state Haryana has a density of only 4.05, although the growth rate is high, but there is a lot of scope because the affordability almost same, 435 rupees of 2% of the average annual income, average monthly income. So people can afford FTTS there, but it is the opportunity to be seized by the operators to provide there. J&K, the FTTS density is only 0.48. I understand that the terrain is a difficult one, but still there is an opportunity. Because you have only 0.48% and the masses having affordability. So Goa 19.34, I'll say it is near saturation, but I don't know saturation or not, but at least the FTTS density is good. Now Ladakh, again the density is very, very less, growth rate being 143 and it is affordable, 348 rupees. Kerala, the density is quite good, so I made it red. On the green states or union territories are where I am saying that there is an opportunity for the operators because the density is less and affordability is there. Tamil Nadu, it is only 3.38%. So there is a lot to improve. Maharashtra, only 1.24%. 325 rupees. Now, I'll dwell on one more important point. So Gujarat, again 309, above 300 rupees, but the density is only 1.64. See, in Mizoram it is 681%. One wonders what is happening, whether the connections are being subsidized, whether they are sustainable, but the growth rate is phenomenal. Himachal Pradesh, again, the density is less. Meghalaya, density is quite less. So this is the analysis. Now see, in these states, these are the near the origin, neither there is density nor there is the growth rate. And the average monthly rural income is varying from 13,700 to 10,000 rupees in these places. But the density is 1.9 to 0.2%. 0.2% is Uttar Pradesh, the highest populated state in India. 0.2%. So that is, and what I am saying is that at least 5% of the population in the rural areas would be having an household income of more than 20,000 rupees or around 20,000 rupees. 5%. Even if you go by 5%, so affordability becomes 400. So there is a scope to enhance FTTS density in these states which are near the origin. And in these states itself will give around 35 lakh connections. And I am talking about affordability because if it is not affordable, it is not sustainable. There is no point in providing connections and then not being sustained. We have to give quality connections which are sustainable, which are maintainable. Now we are talking about, so this is, madam is there from Puducherry, and we are having good densities there. I am not aware about the average monthly income. That data was not there on the NABARD website, but the density is 9.63 is good. Andaman Nicobar density is quite good. Now Andhra Pradesh, I don't know, I wish I am wrong, but the 283%, I was told that the plans offered were perhaps not sustainable. I can't vouch, this is only hearsay, I don't know. So, but anybody who operators who put in their money first see that what are the existing plans and they should be sustainable. Otherwise, there's no point in putting the money in making unsustainable plans. So, all India rural FTTH density is 2.15 only. Although the growth rate is 75%, but I believe that at least 5% or more of the rural population would be having a good average income so that they can afford a broadband. And if you make it 5% from 2.15 to 5% rural FTTH, that would be substantial increase. Now, these are the poor states. Poor in the sense that the average monthly income is low, less than 10,000 rupees. But see, even in these states, there would be certain population which is around 20,000 rupees per month per household. So they can also afford FTTH, but the present scope is there because the 92% growth rate in Bihar with the lowest income, and only 0.29% of FTTH per 100 households. So there is a lot of scope. I am trying to tell the operators that this is the opportunity you can see and explore. So basically, it is not only the telecom infrastructure, other things also have to be, as we all know, market size infrastructure framework. These are the prices depend on, and the huge amount of capex and opex is involved, and even if government puts in capex, the opex has to be met from the subscribers only, because then only it will make it sustainable. And the other problem is that the population density is less and there is less average income. So what are the sustainable solutions? What are the enablers? See, first of all, electricity, road and public transport. Mr. Rahul Wirtz had dwelt on this. And we have to, if we somehow increase the efficiency, quality and prominence, supply chain management from village or to the village, that will enable the villagers to use internet, because that is giving to their livelihood. And digital literacy awareness, now everybody is having that UPI on phone, so I think digital awareness is quite there. Mr. Vivek Banjal sir also dwelt on this. So role of NGOs, self-help groups and cooperatives is very vital in this. The productivity using artificial intelligence, banking services, study centers. Now photographers, what do they do in the villages? They shoot an event and in the night they upload their recordings to a studio in urban city, who then processes it and makes an album, etc. So they have data requirement. Peer pressure, family peer pressure that my neighbor has it, so I also want it. And use of internet in governance, and all village level institutions to upload their data for getting the next set of grants. Multi-utility platforms. And this August gathering, everybody knows why. Basically 10 times of the mobile data is the users of FTTH. So that is why FTTH is required. So basically this is what I wanted to dwell on. All this is statistics from TRI website, which one can always download. So that is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vivek Narayan, for making a presentation about the penetration of FTTH in rural areas, means how there can be more proliferation, what are the enablers. Now I invite Mr. Rajesh Kaul, LMES iConnect, for making his presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think Vivek touched a very pertinent point with regard to the rural part of it. I come from the rural ISP background as such, very small ISP run in Rajasthan. And I'm going to share my experiences from the rural perspective and what are the changes and the dynamics which are coming into play as we move forward in this. Because there's a lot of convergence which is going to happen. What didn't happen in the last 30 years, when we talk about, in fact, yesterday Secretary Telecom did touch upon that in next 2 years we're going to talk about 600,000 villages. But fact is that we are still 200,000 villages in last 30 years. So we have to connect these another 400,000 villages in next 2 years. So that's the target which we are really looking at. Where have we gone wrong is something which we really need to develop on. And if we have gone wrong, what are the corrective measures in that aspect? And that can come from the experiences which, in fact, DOT, BSNL, other operators, and a lot of ISPs who are in this business, and some have gone out of business because of non-viability of the business in that area. And probably, if we get on to those basic aspects, probably the things would be more correctly measured as we move forward on this. We all know that bridging this digital divide in the rural area is not just a technological challenge, but a socio-economical challenge. A journey from a limited access of broadband, quality broadband is complex, but recent innovations, especially in the technology, when we talked about government easing out the satellite part of it, which could also be of help, but obviously there are nuances on that end as well. And convergence strategies would really help in building up this with speed, because obviously if it would have been that simple with regard to putting up the fiber in the rural areas, probably we would have done it long back. We have been doing phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. There's a lot of support from government on that aspect of it, but we are not still being there. There are challenges in that aspect of it. And this more to do with topology, because we are a diverse country and we have very diverse networks. So obviously terrestrial costs, terrain and costs and logistic hurdles are there, and that was touched upon when we talked about that, going to these rural areas, there will be challenges in that aspect of it. Obviously, with this satellite technology coming in and with the new LEO satellite constellations, this would really bring in some kind of efficiencies in this. But we also need to look at the factor, which is the cost factor when it comes to the satellite aspect of it, whether we really will be, and one point of time we are talking about 10,000, 12,000, 14,000 rupees income from the rural households. And another side, we will be talking about 60,000 rupees giving upfront cost, and also looking at other aspect of paying 3,000 rupees a month for that. Probably is that the real solution? Probably they will also have to rebuild their business cases in terms of looking at whether they should be looking at community level. And that is where I am coming to, a lot of things, these new initiatives can be looked at more on the community level rather than looking at the individual single level aspect of it. That was done in the past by VSAT. They did it very efficiently. And the similar way, if the satellite companies also have an aperture antenna dish at this end, which feeds multiple users in that particular locality, probably the cost can be brought down in that aspect of it. So alongside the technological convergence, we also would be witnessing a significant evolution of the business models, because it is hand in hand. Because why we have failed is due to sustainability. One, there's little money into the rural market. Second is, customer not being able to pay to that extent, like what we talked about, 300, 400 rupees versus, I'm paying 1,900 rupees per month to Airtel in an urban setup for a 300 Mbps. And we can't expect that kind of a flow in coming into the rural side of it. So obviously, there'll have to be a different business cases which have to evolve when it comes to the rural penetration. So one of the most pertinent point would be public-private partnership. Unless until that happens, this is not going to become a story. It's not government's responsibility, and it is not just private responsibility. It's government and private combination has to come into play in this. I give an example on this with regard to the motor industry. If you look at a pure car industry, they have sustained in this India particularly because they have a complete ecosystem created in that aspect of it. Means there are ancillary units which are helping them to build up their car next to their manufacturing unit as such. Similarly, we have lost that opportunity. In fact, DOT did a very bold step in terms of opening up for VNOs and ISPs, but there is no convergence on that. Unless until these ISPs and VNOs work together with operators as not a competition, but more in terms of complementing, probably the things will change in that aspect of it. And I'm seeing a lot of things changing, like infra sharing is one aspect of it. In fact, tower guys are coming to ISPs and asking that, can you share our towers on that network point of view, on aspect of it. Similarly, fiber sharing will become a story as soon. In urban, it is happening. Whether in the rural it will happen, the time will tell us. Another aspect would be the open access and shared infrastructure, because this is the most important aspect. If you have an open access network, and that will help in promoting the infrastructure. Then third important is the innovative funding. If you don't have funding in this market, and the subscriber models, because subscription models, because you need to be innovative in that aspect of it. If people are not able to pay 300 rupees, how do we make them, how do they pay up? Is there any other way to pay up? We tried it out in our Wi-Fi model. We started with a small 10 rupee model to a 200 rupee model, daily pack, weekly pack, monthly pack. And our story was from road to home. You started from the road with the Wi-Fi and then went to the home for the rural broadband kind of a connectivity. Obviously, another most important aspect to make it sustainable is the local content and the ecosystem. Because without local content, if you're not able to build up local content, there will be no catchers. So it's not just the broadband money. You also have to look at value addition on aspect of it. How do you value add on top of the broadband to make it more viable for both the seller and the terms of user? He also gets a value addition. Obviously, content is one aspect of it. Beyond the content, there are other areas like e-learning is there, e-health is there. The fintech story has to build up in the rural market. Somebody was talking about UPI in the rural market, but I can tell you the offtake of UPI is very bad. For them, they have to first understand the aspect of digital money. For them, that skill element has to come into play. Once that comes in, probably the story will change. And other area of converged network, as I said, that with satellite and fiber have to work hand in hand and together. It's not only fiber, but probably satellite also will play a big role in that aspect of it. Then regulatory framework. A lot of changes have been happening. 6 gigahertz is a very welcoming step by the government. This will open up a lot of new areas, especially on the Wi-Fi side of it, because that was a very critical requirement from the broadband point of view, penetration of broadband. Standards and interoperability. Have a very interoperable network in the rural market. You can't have a complex networks. And as you have complexity, the challenges will be there. Then capacity building. Now, we are also failing due to maintenance aspect of it, because I think we have learned from the past that we had MARRs, we had old traditional MARRs, we had RAXs and MAXs in the rural areas. But what happened to them? Because the backup support in terms of maintenance was not there. And you don't expect urban to be in rural. So upskilling those rural masses is a very important aspect in making this successful program. Even though you have fiber rolled out in the rural market, if fiber cuts and the person has to come from the town to do the repair of that fiber, it is not viable at all. So you need to have local skills in that aspect of it. The future of the rural connectivity, as I see, lies in the integrated, intelligent network, which we all know as such, where the fiber and the satellite will play hand-in-hand kind of an aspect. And with the data analytics, with smart 5G-enabled edge computing, because everything has to be at the edge. We had to be thinking in the same model as we did for the wireless, for the wireline. When we did the RAXs and MAXs, it was as closer to those rural areas as such. And these innovations will surely open up the villages, transform them into rural India and hub for the digital innovation, because that is where the offtake of the digital element will come in play. And we are talking about 30% population still kept aloof from the digital penetration. And I think that is the story we all have to embrace as we go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kaul, for talking about the various measures for proliferation of broadband in rural areas. As we know that whereas the broadband connections are 56 crore in urban areas, the rural area has got only 41 crore, whereas the 65% of the population lives in rural area. So there is a huge need for proliferation of broadband in rural areas, considering that now broadband has become a very critical component of public digital infrastructure, UPI, and then this JAM Trinity. All these are based, all these require good broadband connectivity. So now we are approaching the end of the session. We can take a few questions, 2-3 questions we can take now. Please.
My question is to Madam Padma. Well, of course, taking off from Mr. Vivek Narayan's statistics, Puducherry has a lot of scope. And you are blessed with a Jawaharlal Nehru Institute of Postgraduate Medical Research. The sachetization, can it be attempted in Pondicherry? If so, what will be the technical support which CommScope and others can give?
Ma'am, your mic is low.
Thank you, sir, for the question. Actually, Puducherry is also a scattered, UT. It is scattered in 3 states, in Andhra Pradesh, in Tamil Nadu, and in Kerala. So, Puducherry, which is in Tamil Nadu, it is city. And whereas it is in Yanam, it is in Andhra Pradesh, it is very remote. And the similar thing goes for the Karaikal, which stays in the remotest part of the Tamil Nadu, that is also quite remote and not well connected. Now, the Government of India undertakes the project on pilot basis on 2 places. That is, one is UT of Puducherry and the other is Andamans. Before implementing the project, you must be, sir, aware of it. Now, what we have seen is that fiber was let down in Puducherry in 2019 itself, as on the pilot basis, and in Puducherry, anything which is pilot becomes implementation because of the small size. So what happened was that we have seen that in cities, the fiber has translated itself to the connectivity, internet connectivity, whereas in the other places in Yanam or in Karaikal, the broadband in terms of fiber has not been able to translate itself into the internet access or the connectivity. The main reason was that because we don't supplement and we don't complement it with the Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is very difficult to establish, and moreover, fiber cannot go in the very difficult terrains. It cannot go near the sea. It cannot go near, because the rural areas are very scattered. So therefore, even if the fiber goes there, it will not be able to serve many people. It is very scattered. So what we have seen is that the Wi-Fi has to be complemented, and for this the various access points have to be generated. And the access points has to be done by the service provider. Now, sir, one more problem that we have faced in the field is that either in India, either we have big telcos or we have only these small internet service providers which are operating at the local level. Now, because the level of middle cap companies are not there, because they have not been able to face the telcos, big telcos, so therefore we are only left with 2 options, either big telcos like Jio, or we have just, these small localized inter-service providers. So that is the only point, but still, sir, we have to go a long way in providing the Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is very critical. All the instruments that is coming, that we can see in terms of health, education, military establishment, everything is Wi-Fi friendly. And so the fiber has to be converted, the Wi-Fi has to be into, the connectivity and internet in the rural areas. This is a challenge, sir. Yes.
That will be the last question, sir.
Yeah, sir. Please, next question.
Actually, it's more of a comment and an operational issue. I'd like to compliment Mr. Vivek Narayan with the statistics, but operating in the Northeast, the 3 states that you mentioned, Mizoram, Arunachal, and Meghalaya, I think that the challenges in terms of designation of rural area itself, because I think what has happened is most of the areas have been designated as rural, and that's the reason why you see such figures. Because operating there, we are operating in 8 cities in that region. We hardly see any penetration in the rural areas. Because one is the density of population is very small. So as an operator, if I have to borrow bandwidth, and these are hilly areas, so I can't take from the urban areas through RF or any other means. So if I have to take bandwidth from an operator, it's so expensive that it does not really make any sense. A lot of people would say, why not go to BBNL? Why not go to BharatNet? BharatNet doesn't exist. I'll just quote an instance which might probably tickle a few of us. We are doing the Wi-Fi implementation on BharatNet VSAT locations. Unfortunately, the serviceability is 25 to 30%. VSATs are only functional with less than 1 Mbps bandwidth. Now, Wi-Fi on less than 1 Mbps bandwidth actually has no meaning at all. So until unless we look at a particular region focused, I don't see anything major happening in the future. Thanks.
I'll just comment on what he has said. I'm not contradicting. What I am saying is that the operators report the figures to TRI rural urban wise, and the figures which I have taken from TRI only. It could be the case that certain semi-urban areas got mixed up as rural areas. That could be possible depending on what reporting has been done by the operators. But still, states like Haryana has got no reason why it should not be same as Punjab. So there are, and UP having a FTTH density of only 0.2%. So these are areas where operators and ISPs may perhaps like to look into.
Thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to close the proceedings of this session. Let's put our hands together for all those wonderful presentations we had. As I request our distinguished session chair to do the honors of presenting mementos as a token of appreciation to all our eminent speakers, we present to Mr. Sanjay Kawale. He's Manager Products, Comscope India Private Limited. Thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation. To Mr. Gopakumar Krishna, Chief Executive Officer, BharatNet Technologies. Thank you. To Mr. Rajesh Kaul, former Founder and Director, LMES, ConnectV. Thank you. And to Mr. Vivek Narayan, former DDG DS, Department of Telecommunications. Thank you. I would invite on stage Mr. Shashidharan, MD, Bharat Exhibitions, to do the honors of presenting a token of appreciation to our chair, Shri Arun Agarwal, and Shri P.J. Thomas, IAS, former Secretary, Department of Telecommunications, to do the honors. We also present to our keynote speaker, Srimati Padma Jaiswal, IAS, Secretary to Government to the State and Union Territories, and Secretary, Government of Puducherry. And may I request for a group photograph of the complete panel. And ladies and gentlemen, before we close the proceedings, two announcements. First, we would like to bring your attention to Astrome. Astrome is a deep tech wireless communications company showcasing the wireless backhaul, satellite terminals, and satellite modem solutions at their stall, which is at the rear end of this hall in the exhibition area. Please do take out some time from your event proceedings and do visit their stall of Astrome. And secondly, ladies and gentlemen, do not forget about the lucky draw. I hope you all have filled in the small format, the small questionnaire form that we had given to you. Please do spare some minutes, fill it. There's a separate form for each session. You need to give it separately for each session. For this session, please fill in the form, give it to either at the registration counter or to our support staff seated next to the stage. Thank you. We will have the lucky draw at the end of the event. Thank you once again. And so enjoy your lunch and kindly be back by 2 o'clock for the next session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly be seated. So good afternoon and welcome back to the next engaging segment of today's conference, that is session 3 of technical presentations centered on the theme Building Trust, Ensuring Security Across 5G, FTTH and Satellite Infrastructure. This session dives into some of the most pressing aspects of national digital infrastructure, securing critical networks, ensuring cyber resilience, and protecting data and satellite communications, all essential pillars in our journey towards a secure and smart digital future. And ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite our distinguished session chair, Shri R. Shakyaji, Additional Director General Haryana LSA and Circle Head Department of Telecommunications. Shri Shakya has been a senior official with the Department of Telecommunication and has contributed extensively to digital policy implementation across the telecom circles. His insights will set the tone for today's technical discussions. Let's put our hands together to welcome our session chair, Shri R. Shakyaji. I would now like to invite our eminent speakers. Our first speaker is Mr. Lakshmi Narayan R. Bhatt, Head of Product Management and Astronomy Technologies, a pioneer in cutting-edge wireless solutions. He will be speaking on the theme of E-band is revolutionizing the wireless broadband, highlighting how this spectrum band is transforming wireless infrastructure and shaping the next generation of connectivity. Warm welcome to you, Mr. Bhatt, to the stage. I would like to invite Shri Khandagale Dhammapal, Anil Director, Satellite Finance, Wireless Planning and Finance Wing, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. He brings the strong policy and fiscal insight to India's satellite communication landscape. And the presentation he will be giving is titled Satellite Communications in India's Digital Vision, Investment Policy and Fiscal Frameworks. And we warmly welcome you, Mr. Khandagale. Our next expert is Mr. Alok Gupta, founder and CEO of Pyramid Cybersecurity and Forensics, a renowned name in cyber threat intelligence, forensic audits, and national critical infrastructure protection. And the theme he's going to present today is Critical Infrastructure Protection, the New Frontline in National Security. And finally, I would like to invite for this session Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya. He's Senior Deputy Director General of Broadband India Forum. With extensive experience in broadband policy and standards, Mr. Bhattacharya will address the growing need for strong governance and fiber-based networks. And with those words of introduction, I hand over to our chair, Shri R. Shakyaji, to kindly carry forward the proceedings of this session, beginning with his opening remarks. We would request our presenters to kindly conclude their presentations in about 12 minutes each, and we will have question and answers in the end after all the presentations are over, if the time permits. And I would request Shakya sir to kindly close the session by 3:30 p.m. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. It is my extreme privilege to be part of today's discussion. Shravan month और ढेर सारे लोगों की यात्रा गंगा जल उठा के कंधों पर और देश के कॉर्नर कॉर्नर से जाके भगवान शिव के चरणों में अर्पित करना, and probably if I interlink that part with our discussion is the first two letters of the topic, which says building trust, right? And what for? Ensuring security, and that security has to be all across. technologies, 5G, fiber to the home, and satellite. I have the eminent speakers with me from the diverse fields, defining the critical infrastructure. Generally, we had learned the critical information infrastructure, protections, and the other things related to that. We do have a speaker on the security in the today's world, starting from your small things relating to the switching on of the refrigerator or the tube light or the air condition to the warfare in the past India-Pakistan conflict or ongoing Israel-Hamas or the ongoing Ukraine-Russia. We know the importance of the security in terms of intelligence gathering, security in terms of saving the infrastructure, and also the other side of the security, destroying the critical infrastructure of the enemical entities. So that is again a very important aspect of the today's ICT world. You have the policymaker, the industrialist. So let us have all the views together. Probably I can put, I will request all the speakers to use the right Hindi words are like गागर में सागर आपको भरना है, because आपका जो field है, they are multiple, and many of them are interlinked, and many of them are not even interlaced with those kind of the requirements. So it is a huge task for all of us. I don't want to say that after lunch it is heavy. There is nothing heavy like you are full, right? So you are full with the stomach, you are full with your openness of the mind, and you are full with attitude and aptitude to go with us for next 1.5 hours. I'll try to discuss much on each aspects of the discussions. Once the presentations are over, I think if I speak too much in the beginning, it's not going to lead the path for my speakers, or let my speakers be open and frank, whatever they want to present, let them present. Only my humble request to all of them is, if they can reduce their timings from 12 minutes to the 10, and let 5 minutes be available for all the learned speakers. We are here 5 persons on the dais only for the sake of having the designation of the speaker, but probably all the people in front of us, they are as intelligent, as good, more visionary, more inclusive in terms of their approach and the contribution to the country. So let us have some time available for them to listen them, to respond to them to the best of our abilities. With this, now I think we will start the discussion, and I will call the first speaker. So let me request Mr. Anil Kandagale, Director, Satellite Finance, Wireless Planning and Finance Wing, Department of Telecommunications. Please, you can make your presentation. And again, request to limit to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Shakya sir. Very good afternoon to all of you. It's indeed a pleasure to speak in front of this august presence. The topic which has been assigned to me is satellite communications in India, digital vision, investment, policy, and fiscal framework. Now, in India, there is a lot of digital transformation going on. ICT technologies are the medium through which any country can transform its society into knowledge economy. So considering this important aspect, our Honorable Prime Minister has launched important digital mission in 2015 itself. One of the vision was to enable the provision of telecom services to all the citizens of the country. The main aim was to bridge the digital divide between digital haves and digital have-nots. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So one of the vision was digital infrastructure as a utility to each and every citizen of the country. One of the important pillars for this, broadband highways and universal access to mobile connectivity. Now, if you see the geography of the country, it's diverse. On the one end in the north, we are having rugged mountainous terrain. Same in northeast India. We are having desert region in the eastern part of the country. Also, we are having a group of islands in Andaman, Nicobar, and Lakshadweep Island. So there is always going to be a challenge in terms of provision of these services through traditional means of telecom services. So in that case, the satellite telecommunication it can be an enabler to reach out to the unserved and underserved regions of the country. I'll be going through the major policy and fiscal frameworks which have been given by the different ministries, including the Department of Telecommunication. And these initiatives, I'm very sure, are leading to the FDI investment or investment in the SATCOM sector, and whatever the steps which will be doing in the near future, this will be leading to the further investment in the sector. So if you see the National Digital Communication Policy of 2018 was indeed a visionary document as far as SATCOM is concerned. It said that we need to explore the other technologies such as 5G as well as the satellite telecommunication to reach out to the unconnected and unserved regions of the country. Another important point was to review the SATCOM policy and to enable the growth of the sector as a whole. So this document served as a precursor which led to the SATCOM reforms in 2021, where we have simplified the SATCOM processes. We have established the guidelines for grant of the commercial satellite licenses as well as the captive licenses. Through this, we just wanted to do the ease of doing business. For example, it's very important when you want to attract investment, your business process has to be as simple as like that. So if I want to highlight at that point of time, let's say for getting any satellite licenses, almost 6 month time was required. So the processes were such way re-engineered such that it was envisaged that this time has to be reduced from 6 months to 6 weeks. So we develop a faceless Saral Sanchar portal, and the different stakeholders such as Department of Space, be it Department of Telecom, or within Department of Telecom, NOCC, SMC. So all these stakeholders analyze the application togetherly in order to save the time. And in principle is approval. So instead of the silos approach, okay, we are working in unison. So that's why it is leading to, it will lead to decrease in time for grant of any licenses. Whatever the guidelines are very much clear, means what are the documents or what are the formalities, financial formality, technical formalities, security related formalities, which one has to follow. These are clearly mentioned in the guidelines issued for the grant of the licenses. Another is that we have enhanced the scope of the SATCOM licenses to provide user terminal stations on moving platforms as well as satellite devices, satellite-based IoT and D2D devices. Further was the rationalization of the various charges. So earlier there used to be NOCC charges of 21 lakh per transponder. Further on the top of that, we used to charge 18% of interest, which was very heavy and it was unnecessary sort of burden. So what we decided to remove these charges. So in order to encourage this SATCOM players, a lot of initiatives were taken at the DOT level itself. Now, major development one can say is that Indian Telecom Act. Everyone must be aware that last 2-3 years there was a lot of debate going on that how this spectrum for the satellite-based communication services should be allotted, whether it should be auction or whether it should be administrative. So this critical policy dilemma was settled through the means of Indian Telecom Act. So it was codified that for the satellite-based communications services, this spectrum will be allotted administratively. So the Schedule 1 of the Act itself says that satellite-based services such as teleports, television channel, D2H, DSNG, VSAT, GMPCS, NLD, MSS service in LNS band, for these entries, the spectrum will be given administratively. So this has given certainty to, let's say, domestic as well as foreign players, and no more uncertainty remains as far as this, whether it should be auction or what or some other else. Now, Indian policy, Indian space policies, you can see that I was mentioning that there is a whole of government approach. Instead of acting in silos, this government as a whole we are acting. And even Department of Space has come up with Indian space policies, and we have opened up the space sector as a whole to all the private players, right from, let's say, satellite design, launch of vehicles, then ground station services. All these the sectors are open up for private sector, and even the role of various agencies has been specified. Like earlier, ISRO used to do all these activities, like R&D, ISRO used to do. Then launch of vehicle, ISRO used to do. Manufacturing, ISRO used to do. Right now, what we have done, Department of Space has done that they have partitioned the roles. So IN-SPACE is the leading single window regulator as well as promoter for private sector participation in the space economy. Another important intervention has been FDI. So right from 49% to 100%, different sectors are open up for investment. If you see manufacturing components and subsystems for satellites, 100% investment through automatic route has been envisaged. As far as the manufacturing and operation, satellite data products, ground segment, user segment, up to 74%. And in case of launch of satellite, launch vehicles, 49% direct automatic route investment. And above that, you have to take government permission. To encourage investment, we do have Telecom Technology Development Fund, so that R&D activities to enable rollout of the services, rollout of the technologies in rural areas. We do have TTDF, and through this we are encouraging R&D activities also. National Broadband Mission, we want to connect the unconnected 2.5 lakh of village through optical fiber. As well as this mission says that we are open to other alternative technologies, satellite, such as satellite communications also. So this mission will be for the period of 2025 to 2030. Another is a productivity link incentive. This is for the basically semiconductor and advanced manufacturing, but ultimately it will be indirectly benefiting SATCOM sector too. Government had decided to set up satellite monitoring facility at the cost of 900 crore to enable monitoring and regulation to sort of interference related issues. So this will provide a sort of assurance to the various SATCOM providers to invest in India. Fiscal measures. So coming up to this fiscal, in 2023, as far as satellite launch vehicles is considered, it has been the GST exemption has been extended to private players also. Further, a 1,000 crore venture fund, capital fund has been set up by Government of India to encourage the R&D facilities. The customs, there has been reduction in custom duty in case of ground station installation, spare part consumable, etc. So as you can see, this various policy initiatives, definitely they are leading to the investment in the country. A lot of major foreign players, foreign satellite players are very much interested to do investment in India. If you see in 2014, there was only one space-related startup. But right now you can see almost 200 space-related startups are coming up in India. So environment is very much encouraging. Even the policy making is a continuous process. Even right now, there are a couple of try recommendations related to the framework authorization, or let's say terms and conditions of assignment of spectrum to SATCOM players, or network licenses framework. And parallelly, based on this recommendation, there are rules are also being made under the Telecom Act. So once these issues are finalized or settled, then definitely it will create a positive atmosphere, certainty is there, regulation are in place. So we'll be looking forward to a lot of investment in this crucial sector also. With this, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anil. Very good presentation, starting from the 2015, covering various aspects of all related steps taken by the government. And in the current phase where you can have your own satellite, you can have launching, you can use the facilities. The certainty in terms of the spectrum availability, the process of the availability, I think a great presentation. And one of the things which he highlighted was the use of the TTDF fund for developing the products. And I have my friend here who is benefited by that fund, representing Astrom. So let me take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Lakshmi Narayan Bhatt to make his presentations, and then let us listen from the investor point of view, he is a manufacturer, he is a designer, he is a developer, he is a startup, he is one of the promising PM awardee for the product. So let us listen from him. How does he perceives or react on the policies stated by my friend Anil in the first session? But sir, please.
No, thank you, Sakya sir. I think आपने context set कर दिया है that we have to build trust, and for all the audience and for all of us, right? The session after lunch is always a bit difficult for all of us here, but there are three things we can do to bring the energy in the room. One is कोई झगड़ा करा दो, तो like Wi-Fi versus cellular, ठीक है? या तो second option है कि कोई controversy करा दो, कोई some scam statement you make and saying that फलाना ढिमका ऐसा हो गया. Third is कि कोई bold statement करो. So what I am going to do today is not the number one, number two, but making some bold statement. Okay, so thank you for setting the context of trust, and let's go to the next slide. I think you already talked about Astrom. I will not talk about the company more, but more about the technology and why I think it's a bold statement. Okay, so for all of you know, right, what is E-band? So I just want to spend a minute on what is E-band and how does it play a role in security? I'll come to that, but before that, what is E-band and where does it play in the overall network infrastructure, right? So if you look at any network today, the network has some way to reach the tower or way to reach your enterprise, right? And that is the primary mechanism is fiber today, right? But as you all know, fiber cannot go to all the places, especially in hilly area or areas where there is no ROI to put a fiber. And that's where E-band comes in. So E-band basically is nothing but a wireless technology which will provide you fiber-like backhaul speeds, in a very simple English terms. Now, I'll tell you why speed is important, but the second most part is also latency, right? So if you look at 5G SLAs, 5G has certain use cases where they say the SLA has to be within 1 millisecond, the latency has to be within 1 millisecond and so on, right? So you can get those SLAs only when you have a backhaul which provides that. Okay, and E-band helps you provide those SLAs, whether it is Wi-Fi or whether it is 5G. I just want to, probably I'll go to the next slide. E-band operates in a very, very, very high frequency called EHF, extremely high frequency band. So far, no company was operating in this frequency, neither an access technology, not even Wi-Fi, or other backhaul technologies were still operating in 6, 11, or around 15 to 20, kind of gigahertz, right? But in E-band, you actually have a bandwidth, where you have 71 to 86, 10 gigahertz plus 10 gigahertz, right? So almost, and within that you can use 1 gigahertz or 2 gigahertz. In India, only 250 is allowed, 250 megahertz. I think we are trying to put together a statement saying that, the Wireless Planning Commission can allow more bandwidth there. In US, in Europe, 1 gigahertz to 2 gigahertz allowed. Just imagine in this kind of bandwidths, you can get 4 to 8 Gbps speeds, almost fiber-like speeds with fiber-like latency on the wireless link, point-to-point, a line-of-sight wireless link. There are challenges, as the slide says that, right? Path loss, rain loss, right? But there are technological methods to mitigate those challenges. And the technology, E-band technology has been in the lab for some years, but it has come out of the lab in production. So there are technologies which we have implemented in India called adaptive channel modulation, adaptive channel and the bandwidth change. And all this allows you to automatically adjust the link based on either rain or fog or snow. I think I talked about E-band. As I said, मुझको झगड़ा लगाना नहीं है, but E-band is a backhaul used for Wi-Fi and 5G both. So why 5G, right? As I said, 5G in fact requires multi-gigabit backhaul. It will not work with 300, 100, 500. No, it will require at least. I think there are in European standards body ETSI has encouraged all the 5G providers to move from microwave to E-band. It's a very bold statement, and a lot of microwave vendors, manufacturers may be in this room here. I'm going to make this bold statement because, not because ETSI in Europe is saying that, because the technology provides you a very broad highway. It's like having a highway of 10 lanes, you can get 8 to 10 Gbps speeds, of course with 1000 megahertz bandwidth, as compared to today's backhaul, which provides you 300 to 400 Mbps, right? What happens today is the 5G, the 4G and 5G SLAs are not monitored today as much. So the operators can get away with a very small or a very low speed backhaul, right? Customer experience may suffer, voice may work, data will, okay, you'll get some little data, latency बढ़ जाएगा, whatever, right? Jitter will be more. But in US and Europe, the SLA requirements are more stricter, and hence the government is not mandating, encouraging E-band. Okay, and I believe that the same thing will happen here. It has started. I think BSNL, Jio, all of them have already started implementing, deploying E-band. We are deploying E-band in BSNL. We have deployed in USOF, and so on. I think I talked about it. I want to bring about the aspect of security here, and I will do that with a picture actually. This picture here. If you look at the left-hand side here, right, there are two wireless radios, A, B, making a link. If you look at the yellow-colored beam width here, right, typical microwave radios, radiate the radio beams at a wider beam. The beam angle could be 10 degrees, 20 degrees, depends on the antenna they use, of course. But look at the right-hand side on the E-band. The E-bands, one of the characteristics of a radio wave at 70 to 80 gigahertz is it's like a pencil beam. It's almost like an optical beam, almost like 1 degree beam. So look at the jammer there. A jammer device can have easy access to the radio waves, which are there, the microwave radio waves, right? But on the E-band, the jammer has to be as precise as the E-band. So the jammer has to be like finding a needle and figuring out the hole to put the needle in, right? So jamming is also equally difficult, and that is one of the reasons, I'll take a 30 seconds more on this point here, that is one of the reasons E-band has also been used by the US military now for their forward area communications, right? Because what they are saying is, okay, there is electronic warfare, jamming, there is also anti-jamming, so there is always, both sides are equally, good, bad, and depends on who wins on that day. But E-band is actually one technology which they believe that the jamming also is going to be very difficult. One is because of the pencil beam. Second is the jammers also have to work at 70 to 86 gigahertz. And mind you, there are no off-the-shelf chipsets available at 70, 86 gigahertz. Whereas today, I can go to the market and buy a 6 gigahertz jammer off the shelf. A consumer can buy a jammer and put it somewhere. Whereas an 86 gigahertz jammers also are not available. Even if they are available, it is very difficult to jam. So E-band provides a natural electronic warfare mitigation or anti-jamming properties. And that's the reason, sir, that it also helps you build trust in an important element of the network, which is called the backhaul. I'll probably... Okay, you may say, "Arey, sab acha cheez bata diya, isme kharab cheez kya hai abhi?" So this is one slide. So what are the challenges, right? The challenges is any wireless technology will have rain loss, path loss, loss due to, whatever, fog and everything. But in this specific frequency, there is no loss due to fog, no loss due to snow, only rain is a property. And for that, as long as you do proper link planning, and we have tools to do that, as long as you do proper, as I said, adaptive channel modulation, adaptive bandwidth selection on the fly, those are the technologies which we have implemented now on the radio. It helps you to plan a link which is 99.99% available. I'm not saying 5 nines, 99.99% available. There are other technologies also, I think the slide talks about it, called multi-band. So a lot of people actually start using E-band plus microwave together and aggregate using a layer 2 switch outside. This is the latest trend I have seen, because you will not throw away all the current microwave which is there, right? So uske saath mein one more E-band, and the frequencies are very far off. So there is no co-channel interference, nothing like that, right? So link aggregation or multi-link aggregation is another way people are using E-band and microwave to get 99.999, 59. All the telecom folks here will look for 5 nines. If you do link aggregation, yes, 59 is possible. I'll probably pause here. I will not go through the entire slide. This is the last slide I have, but I just wanted to, as I said, I started with saying that I want to make a bold statement, and this is the bold statement that E-band is the next generation of microwave in extremely high frequencies. And there are various points I have mentioned here on the slide. I would like to pause here. I know maybe you can read it. We'll probably give some time back for the Q&A. With that, I have my presentation, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for enumerating the advantages of the E-band over the traditional microwave facilities, especially in terms of the bandwidth availability, taking care of the radio-related issues to the fading and other aspects. Hopefully, he has touched one point with respect to the pencil beam and the use in the war-like situations. We will have the specific question thereon, but before we going to that, he touched the aspect of the security that probably more than the cost, more than the bandwidth availability, more than the other aspects, today's world needs the security. So I think it is my duty to call a next speaker who is going to speak about the security, entire spectrum. Spectrum really do not mean the radio frequency spectrum, but in terms of the spectrum of the technologies. So let me welcome Mr. Alok Gupta ji to share his views on the critical infrastructure protection, especially in the new front line in national security perspective. Gupta ji, please.
Thank you, Shakya ji. Eminent panelists, wonderful audience who's still awake, after a lovely lunch. And of course, Shakya ji started with, a keyword which is called trust. And I think the critical infrastructure protection, the theme for my talk today, is fundamentally built on trust. So nothing but trust, trust, and trust. So I think, sir, appropriateness comes in from there. Just one second. Where is the slider? Is this the one?
Can you help me with the point?
Okay, so I'll skip this. So today let's look at the agenda from the session takeaways. I think I will take some examples of what is critical infrastructure protection first. And then one of the key components of that is the communication, which is what the theme would be for today, because everything else is so interdependent on telecom and communication that it directly affects these other critical infrastructure. Then I'll lay some emphasis on how do we really go ahead and protect that particular thing, critical infrastructure, and also some aspects of what zero trust security would be. So critical infrastructure is nothing but something which is very, very important for any nation or for any economy. And if you look at some of the examples of critical infrastructure, we all use energy in our day-to-day life. We use transportation. We have communications, which I just mentioned is one of the key. Then water resources, then financial systems, public health, food distribution, and public administration. And not to forget our defense infrastructure, because we just recently noticed during the Operation Sindoor and the other conflicts which we had in the past, that how important is defense from a national protection perspective, and also it is a very, very important part of the critical infrastructure. Now, I'll focus today on the CTI, which is called the Critical Telecommunication Infrastructure, because that is the key for anything. In the world of digitization and the digital transformation we are going through, without any internet connectivity, without broadband, without the telecom infrastructure being available, I think everything else is so interdependent that they will just fall down if the communication sector goes away. So let's look at the key aspects of this. One of the key aspects of this is the designation of the critical infrastructure. So one has to clearly define, what forms as part of the critical infrastructure when we talk about the communication technology. Then we're talking about compliance and security, which is very, very key, because there are a lot of sectoral compliances which the telecom sector has to comply with. And not just the compliance, but also they have to, in real time, protect both the physical infrastructure as well as the cyber infrastructure. One of the requirements laid down, as part of the 2024 rules is that the telecom companies or the communication industry need to have a chief telecommunication security officer. So that's a mandatory requirement now, which is a very essential requirement, because unless you have a custodian who's looking at it in a full-time focused manner, your security may get compromised. Then comes the security incidents, because there is a need for doing a continuous monitoring of any security incidents which are happening within the telecom infrastructure. So it's important to have a real-time log analysis. It is very important to have threat intelligence and security information event management mechanisms being built there. then what, the regulator and, other best practices demand is that there should be a network segmentation, so that just in case of any failures or, cyber attacks or any, malfunctioning happening in the core network, they should be isolated from the, the other ancillary networks, so that, the interdependence goes away. Then we had already spoken about the real-time threat detection, because I think the threats are fairly advanced today. And these threats are no more just the DDoS attacks we used to have, earlier. The massive velocity at which these attacks are happening and the volume, it affects is going to be tremendous. So there is a need for having, SIEMs and threat intel systems, which are also built using some machine learning algorithms and AI, so that, our protection is foolproof. And then we also need to look at the interdependencies we have for this particular critical infrastructure with other critical infrastructure. So let's say if the energy sector goes down, will the telecom infrastructure work? No, because the telecom infrastructure is interdependent with the energy sector. Vis-a-vis, if there is a communication infrastructure which goes down, then the other sectors get affected. So there are a lot of interdependencies we need to be aware of. Then one of the requirements as far as the 2024 rules is that we need to have a, compliance to the cybersecurity standards. So I'm naming here two standards. One is the NIST CSF cybersecurity framework, and the other one is the 27001. So one is, coming from the Department of Commerce in the US called NIST, and the other one is a more European, standard. So what are the cyber threats which are faced by the telecom industry? The key is that because they have a lot of sensitive data, and with the advent of DPDP law, we have to be very careful about how do we protect the confidential information or sensitive information so that we don't come under a threat of under a penalization of DPDP. Then there is a lot of continuous attacks which are happening using ransomware. So that is another area which has a problem. Then social engineering attacks are happening, and a lot of deep fake things are happening in the communication sector. That is also very dangerous for the sector. And then, as I mentioned, APTs and DDoS attacks, they are also very predominant. Now, how do we quickly prevent this? So I would first lay emphasis on the cybersecurity awareness, because human could be the weakest link. We may have lots of tools, we may have lots of processes and the policies in place, but unless the humans are aware what is the awareness they need to have, or what is the hygiene they need to build, like in our personal hygiene, we have to maintain ourselves to be healthy and clean. So is the hygiene which is required for users on how to use ethically any IT system. Then there is also a mechanism by which continuous training could be provided using a cyber range, right from basic cybersecurity awareness right up to the advanced techniques where red teams are fighting with the blue teams, and then making their defense fortified. Then there is a continuous need for doing a current state assessment, which is where IT and cybersecurity audits come into picture. Things like vulnerability assessment, pen testing, these are activities which fortify your ability to see how much water you are in terms of your preparedness for cybersecurity. An advanced version of VAPT would be the red teaming, where the red teamers are really not aware of what's going on in their infrastructure. And then red teamers are blind people who will go ahead and attack you. And if they are able to penetrate, then there is a challenge. Then, of course, have multi-layers of authentication, which is called MFA, that is required. I had already spoken about continuous monitoring, so I'll skip that. Now, one of the most important things in this is the security configuration management. There are continuous changes which are happening in the configuration of any IT system or telecom system. And if those configurations are not put to default or to the right portions, then the hackers can come in through those controls which are open. Phishing is a big challenge for any communication infrastructure. So there is phishing simulation which keeps on happening over there. Then in the concluding part, I will just say ensure compliance to data privacy, because that is now we are not just dependent on the GDPR or the California law, we are dependent on our own law, which is the DPDP law. And fourth and foremost is the cyber insurance, because it's kind of a liability insurance which ensures that if you ever get breached or attacked, then the liabilities lessen out and you may not have so much of financial and reputational impact. So this is a summary which I will leave it for you to read later if I were to share this presentation. And then lastly, it is about the zero trust architecture. So trust nobody, authenticate everybody. That should be the mantra for any critical infrastructure. With that, I would like to thank you and thank the chair.
Thank you, Alokji. Very good coverage of the various aspects, especially in the Indian environment. Just to supplement few things which probably all of you may be knowing or you may require to note. As far as country is concerned, we already have the overall responsibility with respect to the cyber security is with the National Cyber Security Coordinator, who works with the National Security Advisor and advises to the Prime Minister in all respect of the cyber security. That is the apex body to handle the Indian aspect of the security from the cyber perspective. Also, we have the National Center for the Critical Information Infrastructure Protection, established under the NTRO, who is responsible for providing timely information with respect to any worldwide threat, intelligence gathered by them, issue certain advisories from time to time, and of course, other provisions relating to the CISO, he has brought out. Cyber Range has also been established by the NCSC, wherein along with the defense forces, even the other entities can make use thereof. DPDP, I think the most common topic which all of you are aware of. Only thing which is important from the telecom perspective to you, so note is that by any chance, if there is a breach, the first job, most important for you is, in addition to informing the governmental agencies respect to the breach, you also have to inform to the impacted or the affected parties. Otherwise, there is very heavy, severe penalty provisions in the DPDP. So probably that is what we want to know. But thing is, we understand there are certain norms, strategies, policies which Alok has rightly pointed out, discussed with you. And we feel this may be applicable in the various technologies, especially in the broadband arena. But at the same time, the people say whether the 5G is secure. I think many lectures had gone in this same hall on the 5G security. And we all had been given the due, I should say, the confidence that the protocols have evolved in such a manner that they take care of the various security aspects. Mutual authentication had been there. Network between two elements also there is a provision of the mutual authentication. Then now it is not retrofitting of the IPv4 security kind of the needs, but it is inbuilt IPv6 security things therein. So we all feel that probably 5G is well secured and we do not have much concerns. Fiber side, we know that most of the things, if we are able to take care of the physical security and the specific things what Alok has just shared is also taken care. But in the recent, I think 1 month or 2 months, you all are reading that the big players like the SpaceX, OneWeb was already there, and the other players are entering into the Indian space for providing the satellite funds. And satellite had always been, say, a little concern. Even today, if somebody is traveling from abroad to the country, he has to declare himself that he is carrying any satellite phone. Because carrying satellite phone is a restrictive item as far as this country is concerned. So we all have that kind of the feeling that, okay, at the level where we have the environment of having declaration of the satellite phone, bringing from the abroad to be notified, how the individuals which are going to use these satellite phones after coming or rendering the services by the forthcoming operators in the environment of the LEO physically. So, are they going to be a question? Are they real threats? How the security provisions for the nation, the security provisions for the user, security provisions with respect to the boundary issues, because satellite can work all across. We have the repeater only in the space. So looking into those aspects, I think, let me invite Mr. Devasis Bhattacharya to throw some light that how satellite phones and the related services thereon are going to be secured, and if anything, we all have to worry or to gain confidence. I leave the floor to him to take next 10 minutes with us.
Thank you very much, sir, for setting the context. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Myself, Devashish Bhattacharya, Senior DDG at Broadband India Forum. My talk is on ensuring security across the satellite infrastructure. Satellite has been there for a good number of decades, but satellite infrastructure is now likely to permeate very shortly our lives, because we are seeing infusion of satellite for consumer broadband and direct-to-device, which is around the corner. I wouldn't say if it is there, it is just around the corner. So your normal phones will get connected to satellite very soon, which is currently connected to the terrestrial networks, which is the 4Gs and the 5Gs. While the security aspects of 4G and 5G has already been touched upon by the esteemed colleagues and experts on the dais, I would like to touch upon the fact that we need to be a little more wary and need to sort of understand that how does one secure the satellite infrastructure, and is it really secure, so that we can make our calls as freely as we are doing today using the satellite infrastructure. So it may sound a little bit tutorial in nature, but please pardon me for that. But it's more intended to be a tutorial so that we all get to know and understand that what is the security issues, what are the challenges, and how they can be overcome in the light of the fact that satellite is going to be coming into our lives more and more as we go forward, despite remaining a complementary technology to mobile broadband. Security for satellite infrastructure requires actually a multifaceted approach that includes things like a robust encryption standard, secure communication protocols, strong access controls, and a very proactive vulnerability management detection and protection. This involves protecting both, not just the physical satellite itself, but also the ground segment, and also that the data that is transmitted and received through the satellite infrastructure. So what it needs is a layered defensive strategy, which incorporates regular updates, monitoring, and international collaboration for standardization to maintain a very secure and harmonized satellite infrastructure, which gives you quality communication, reliable communication, robust communication, at the same time protecting and safeguarding your data, as well as safeguarding the infrastructure that you're using. To begin with, I'd like to touch upon the aspects related to the encryption and secure communications. Encryption, implementing a strong encryption algorithms like AES 256 and quantum key QED, quantum resistant methods, is vital for protecting data transmitted to and from satellites. This ensures that even if intercepted, the data remains unaccessible to unauthorized parties, and thereby ensuring that the data that is being transmitted cannot be accessed by others. There is a need for having secure communication protocols, utilizing protocols like IPsec and SSL/TLS, along with multi-factor authentication, helps prevent unauthorized access and manipulation of communication channels. There is a very key requirement for end-to-end encryption. Encrypting its data from the source to the final destination across the entire length and breadth of the satellite link is crucial for maintaining data confidentiality. Ensuring that these encryption keys and algorithms are regularly updated is also essential to stay ahead of potential threats and vulnerabilities, and hence the regular updation is a very key requirement as such. The second important aspect related to maintaining security in the satellite infrastructure is related to access control and authentication. As in the case of ground networks or terrestrial networks, you need multi-factor authentication. And this could be in terms of multiple forms of verification, such as passwords, biometrics, security tokens for accessing satellite systems, which enhances security against unauthorized access. It also ensures that there is a need for access control, where you grant access based on user roles and responsibilities, thereby limiting potential damage from compromised accounts. Also, you would need to have secure entry procedures, which means implementing strict access controls, including strong passwords and regular audit mechanisms, as in the case of ground segment, for preventing unauthorized access. The third aspect that I'd like to touch upon is the vulnerability management. Here again, there is a paramount need for having regular audits and penetration testing to help identify and address vulnerabilities before they can be exploited. There is a need for timely updates and patches, software patches for the satellite software, which is very crucial for mitigating known vulnerabilities. We also have a mechanism for AI-driven threat detection. That is how we leverage artificial intelligence for real-time threat detection and anomaly analysis, which can significantly improve the ability to identify and respond to security incidents and threats. The other aspect related to vulnerability management is pertaining to the supply chain security. By vetting suppliers and implementing secure design practices throughout the supply chain management of the satellite ecosystem, it is essential to prevent vulnerabilities which could be introduced through this particular chain.
Devashish, request to wind up in next 2 minutes.
The last input that I'd like to give in this regard is regarding the collaborative efforts that are needed, which is to develop industry standards, common cybersecurity standards for satellite systems that ensures a consistent level of protection across the industry. And this, since we are now exposed to global satellite ecosystems like Starlink, OneWeb, and others, Amazon Project Kuiper. So we need to have standards which are followed globally, and we need to adopt them the same way as it is being done in other countries. By implementing these measures, satellite operators, we believe, can significantly enhance the security of their infrastructure and protect critical space assets from various cyber threats. In passing summary, I would like to talk about the fact that the security of satellite infrastructure requires a comprehensive and a proactive approach. It should be through a combination of strong encryption, robust ground and satellite system security, real-time threat detection and response, and international collaboration and standards. Adopting these new technologies such as AI and quantum can help safeguard the integrity and functionality of these very, very critical assets. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. With this thing, I think let me move to my important role. I said that what wisdom we have on the dice, probably the wisdom available in front is more than us. So I open the floor to all of you to have, I think we will have 4 questions together. So I request all the members to raise their voices. I think we have gentlemen in the center. Yeah, please introduce yourself. Be very brief because we had been tasked to close by 3:30. I would like to close by 3:30.
Good evening, sir.
Please.
I am Ramesh Kumar, General Manager in GAIL India Limited. I look after the cyber security of our SCADA system, which is bound by NCIPC guidelines for critical infrastructure. My question is with Alok Gupta ji. Sir, we have seen lot of cyber attack related news on applications like aviation or AIMS or nuclear plants. But can you throw light wherein the network of the TSPs or some SATCOMs, those have been compromised? Means any cyber attack on the SATCOMs or TSPs? Any instance of this? Because we have not seen anything related to them.
Yeah, good question actually. So, if you look at AIMS, which is part of the healthcare, again a critical infrastructure, that was primarily because, the software patches were not, done in time, or they were using, operating systems on the desktops which were outdated or they were not upgraded. So, a weakest link in that could be any ransomware attack attacking an endpoint. And if we don't have the XDR and EDR systems in place, then the malware attack can actually spread like wildfire. So that is an example of a healthcare. But if we look at the telecom infrastructure, in fact, Debashish mentioned about a very important aspect which is called the supply chain security. Because if we look at the way, Israel compromised certain, enemy nations by deploying, pager systems or, other obsolete systems where, the supply chain security was ignored. So there are, many instances where even the telecom infrastructure and the, other critical infrastructure and communication have been compromised. But I think more important is the reporting which they have to do to the sectoral CERT and to the NCIPC, which Shakya Saab mentioned. So once that is in place, then, the telecom sector, security can be mitigated. Thank you.
Yeah, just to supplement Alokji, let me share the answer. In case of ISP, we had observed there are many servers which were dedicated to a specific area or dedicated to a specific customers got compromised due to the various kind of attacks emanated from the inimical entities. So yes, there had been. If somebody asks, has there been any attack to switch down BTS or the G node B or E node B? Answer is no. Has there been reports with respect to the stealing the CDRs? Answer is yes. Had there been unlawful activities and some of the mismanagement of the core elements of the telecom networks? Answer is yes. Right. So probably directly impacting to the customers, that kind of environment has not been reported. But telecom, once we say, entire responsibility except the application being used by the customer lies with the telecom service providers. Right. My friend shared the example of the AIMS. AIMS is expert of the medical examinations, research and treating the patients. They do not know how to maintain IT infrastructure. And probably that is the only reason of the failure of the aims. People have to understand entire management and the IT teams either have to specifically deploy or kindly go to the cloud, allow the experts to handle them. I think that is the key. Next question is from the left, please. Introduce yourself and be brief.
I'm Amita from Nokia. Good evening, everyone, and good evening to the panel. And I have like 2 decades of experience in technical domain in telecom, but I stand today as a customer, as an end user of broadband connections. So my question is, as a user, so I don't see any technology behind it, whether it is coming from 5G, 4G, or 3G, or 2G. So as far as the harmonization is concerned, so how the standardization is going to harmonize all these technology for the user, end user? And as an end user, how he can, without knowing from the backend technology, how he will be seamlessly connected to the broadband throughout the state or any geography he will go. So that is my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
May I respond? Or anybody would like to?
I can take it, but also, hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think the question, if I understand right, is about harmonizing as the technologies evolve from standards A, B, C onwards, right? So I can only, because I've been participating in some 3GPP forums, I know that that is one of the key aspects, the forum debates, that as you move across technologies, that the user should not suffer, or he should not even be, he should be totally oblivious to any changes happening on the infrastructure side. That is discussed, and whenever the release is passed, this particular element is a must. If it does not meet this criteria, the release does not pass for the next level. So I can talk from the 3GPP standards and ITU standards perspective.
Right. Just to supplement, I think in a very layman words what you are looking at. As far as network which is serving you, a user is not to bother what is happening and how the services are being delivered. They may get delivered on fiber, they may get delivered on 5G, they may get delivered on satellite. So you are right. The responsibility of managing the network lies with the network service providers. Absolutely. And the standard development entities like mentioned 3GPP or the ITU, ETSI in our case, TSDSI or BIS, whatever you say. The responsibility lies with them. But at the same time, behavior of the user is the responsibility of the user. How? Nobody teaches all of us that the Paytm or the Google Pay should be used from a separate account. I think all of us knows we open a small account for this thing. So even if something goes wrong, my entire earning of the life doesn't get compromised. So the amount available with the Google Pay linked or the Paytm linked or the BharatPay linked is smaller. Nobody teaches us that if your house in market, the number of people are going to be more and you have to be more vigilant. So if you are the user of such kind of the services in your house, where large number of, say, fronts get opened to have access to your information, you have to be vigilant. And that is the reason what we say that security can never be done by an individual. It is a cooperative thing which have to be done. In fact, we say neither government can save you, nor TSPs can save you, nor ISPs can save you, and even yourself cannot save you. But if we join the hands together, we can save everyone, make the country proud, and also secure economically stronger. I think we can take one more question and then would like to, please.
My question is Mr. Dhampal, sir. Actually, we are great to know that various policies are being reformed and making ease for the corporate to use technologies for productivity improvement. Just I would like to know whether it will be possible to connect satellite internet to CNPN network. Like Wi-Fi we can connect, but CNPN is it going to be possible to connect? Thank you.
Okay, so two answers. Technically, yes. Standards available of the 3GPP and ITU, answer is yes. Practical happening in India, no such example so far, to best of my knowledge. I think that should satisfy you. Okay? So, please.
So, am I audible? Yeah. So, satellite, as Shakya Saab has very rightly said, there are no examples of satellite-based CNPNs in India, but there are examples of satellite-based private networks which are working in other parts of the world in certain frequency bands, which have been identified and dedicated exclusively for CNPNs. However, in India, CNPN by itself is a new concept. It has not yet taken off. Sorry to say, the Department of Telecommunication is doing a demand survey for the second time on the same issue, even after 3 years after it was approved by the Union Cabinet. Thank you.
Okay, so I think with this, what I want to share with you is, security is the responsibility of all of us. I think that is the only lesson we have to learn all the time. Not individual can do much thereon. Each one has to contribute its own. Policies are in place most of the time. The frameworks are there. Very well documented SOPs are there, but implementation of them lies in the hands of all of us. Please do that. Unless that is done, we will have the issues of, say, AIMS or the Kornakulam or the suspicions, even to the extent that whether the Boeing 7878 was sabotage or was natural disaster. Right. I'm not making any comment either this side or that side. I'm not even the investigator. But thing is, in the today's world, security is something wherein everyone has to look into different aspects. So you can see the Information Technology Act, you can see the NCIPC related 70B provisions, you can see the guidelines of the DOT licensings and all. As such, we all can feel very safe in terms of the framework available, in terms of the technologies available, the standards available, implementation is in our hand. So with this, I would like to close my discussion with the Sanskrit prayer together with you. Om Sahana Bhavatu, Sahanau Bhanaktu, Sahaviryam Karveva, Tejasvina Vadhitamastu, Ma Vidisha Vahe, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Together only we can survive. Together only we can learn. Together only we can face. So be together, make country proud, make everybody feel happy. That is the job for all we are here. Thank you. Thanks a lot to all the learned speakers, and very patient hearing to all of you despite of lunch. I did not feel that any one of you had the sleep. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for all those wonderful presentations we had in this session, and especially thanking our session chair, Shri R. Sakyaji, for concluding right on time at 3:30 sharp, and also ending the session on that auspicious note. And I would now request you, sir, to do the honors of presenting mementos to all our eminent speakers. We present to Mr. Lakshmi Narayan R. Bhatt. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that presentation we had from you. To Shri Khandagale Dhammapal Anil. To Mr. Alok Gupta. and to Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya. And may I invite on stage Mr. Shashidharan, MD Bharat Exhibitions, to do the honors of presenting it to our very distinguished, eminent session chair, Sri R. Shakyaji. We are indeed honored to have you here amongst us. Once again, thank you very much indeed. And before we close the proceedings of this session, may I request Mr. Shakya and Mr. Shashidharan to do the honors of honoring our partners. We would like to invite our rural connectivity partner, WiSig Networks, the representatives to kindly come up to receive a token of appreciation and gratitude. They're not here. CommScope, smart connectivity partner, CommScope. Yeah, they're coming. Ladies and gentlemen, without all these partners and sponsors, we could not have put up such a successful show. We convey our gratitude to each one of them for associating with us, for partnering with us in organizing this event. The FTTX and Lanyard partner, RA Next. We invite our conference partners. Of course, we have only here with us present Estrom, a conference partner, Estrom, to kindly come up. Associate partners, SATEC and Cyrotech. StarTech and Cyrotech. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for all our partners for extending their wholehearted support to us. And as I request our panelists to come together for a group photograph, ladies and gentlemen, once again reminding, SATEC is here with us. And ladies and gentlemen, please do not forget to hand over the questionnaire for the lottery dip. Please give it either to our support staff here or outside at the registration counter. We will have the lucky draw at the end of the event, and where we have very attractive 6 prizes to be won, 2 for each session. So please also be careful to stay till the end of this conference, as only those who are present at the time of the lucky draw will be eligible to win that prize. Thank you. And would request everyone to kindly remain seated. We do not have a break now. We are straight away moving into our final session, which is a panel discussion session. We'll just take a moment to do up the top table. Thank you for kindly being here with us till the final session. And once again, reminding all of you about the lucky draw. Thank you. We have 7. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move into session 4, which is a highly anticipated panel discussion on towards a connected Bharat, universal access, smart infrastructure, and the future of seamless connectivity. As India takes a firm stride towards digital transformation, it becomes imperative to ensure that every citizen, from bustling metros to the remotest corners, is seamlessly connected through secure, efficient, and intelligent networks. This session will explore the pivotal themes, including the universal broadband access in rural and remote areas, the role of IoT in 4G and 5G era, ensuring data security and privacy in FTTH networks, and the smart infrastructure powered by AI and automation. And we are privileged to have as our session chair today, I would like to invite Sri Ram Sajivan Singh, Deputy Director General, IoT Telecommunication Engineering Center, Department of Telecommunications. Let's put our hands together to welcome on stage Sri Ram Sajivan Singh ji. Sri Singh brings deep technical expertise and strategic vision in the evolving field of IoT and smart infrastructure, and has been instrumental in steering key initiatives under India's telecom standardization and regulatory ecosystem. A warm welcome to you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this insightful panel, we are pleased to welcome Mr. Vinesh Bawa, partner and telecom sector leader at PwC India. With over 2 decades of experience advising telecom and infrastructure clients on transformation strategies and emerging technologies. Our distinguished panelists today include leaders who are actively shaping India's connectivity landscape. We are honored to invite Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt, retired PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, SMVSM, Director General of the Indian Space Association, who brings decades of strategic leadership and now champions private participation in space-based communication solutions. We welcome on the panel Mr. Yugal Kishore Sharma, founder and CEO of My Next Broadband Services, who is a visionary entrepreneur driving affordable and high-quality broadband access to underserved regions of India. Mr. Dharmendra Khajuria, National Head, National Network Partnerships at Bharti Airtel, who brings deep insights into the last mile delivery, public-private partnerships, and digital infrastructure expansion. Mr. Rajiv Mehla, Chief Business Officer at BharatNet Technologies, a seasoned professional focused on integrating AI and automation into unified telecom networks. And Mr. Sanjay Kawale, once again, Manager Products at Comscope India Private Limited, who is an expert in smart fiber network technologies and FTTH solutions, contributing to the development of next-generation communication infrastructure. And with those words of introduction and welcoming, Mr. Bawa, I invite you to share your opening remarks and lead us into this insightful panel discussion. Over to you, sir. And you have time up to 4:30, sir.
Thank you. We will try to finish before time. The last session of the day, first of all, great to be here, and thanks to the team for having us all here. I think since morning, what we have been talking about, this panel will actually summarize all of it and see that how everything comes together, right from a call coming, from the subsea cable generated in somewhere in Western world, comes right down to the village in the lowest level in India. I think we are going to talk about seamless connectivity, in the context of connected Bharat. I think that's the theme of this discussion. We'll talk in a while about who the panelists are, but that's the focus, that how seamless connectivity, universal access is changing in this country today, right? And I'll give you an example. As PwC, we do a lot of forums, global engagements. So a few months ago, we were in one of the global events and in US, and people were asking us examples of how India has evolved in this space. Give us example about BharatNet project. What have you done? Because that's a game-changing kind of project that's not happened globally as yet. It's one of the largest broadband projects ever in the world. So we as a country need to be proud of all of that. And I think even the way SATCOM is coming, India pretty much is going to lead the way over there. And that's what I love to hear comments from people over here. And we'll try to keep it interactive. We'll have a few minutes for questions as well. But before we get into the details, I request the chair to please give a few words about your thoughts on this topic and where you are seeing the things evolving in a connected Bharat.
It's a great pleasure and privilege to be here, welcoming you for this panel discussion. And we have the finest minds in the industry with us. So, as we all know, like digital connectivity, particularly the internet connectivity, is not a luxury now; it's a necessity now. And the vision of digital Bharat basically hinges on two things like inclusion and a very resilient digital infrastructure. So as far as universal broadband connectivity is concerned, bridging the digital divide, it remains the cornerstone for equitable development. And particularly when we talk about bridging the digital divide, we mean that we need to provide the internet connectivity, provide every citizen in every corner of the country or irrespective of the geography should be should participate in the digital economy. That's the bridging the digital divide will mean. I would just like to name few initiatives of the Government of India, how Government of India has been promoting the universal broadband access. The first project which I would like to mention, one of the is BharatNet project. Through the BharatNet project, it's being implemented in a very phased manner to provide broadband connectivity to each and every GPs, to all the GPs basically. And also beyond villages, beyond the GP, on demand basis across the country. So this is one of the major flagship program of Government of India. We have 4G saturation project, wherein which is being implemented under the Digital Bharat Nidhi, wherein it is ensured that 4G coverage is provided to the uncovered, where basically TSPs are not going due to viability issues. The uncovered and the remote areas of the country, there the 4G coverage is being provided to 4G saturation project under the Digital Bharat Nidhi. Plus, National Broadband Mission 2.0 was launched by the Government of India to with a vision to fast track the rapid expansion of digital communication infrastructure, bridging the digital divide, empowering the citizen, empowering, fostering digital empowerment and inclusion. So, in National Broadband Mission 2.0, it has particularly the right of way was a great issue. So right of way has been tackled through the National Broadband Mission 2.0. So, and it addresses basically. So a lot of things were issued there. And one more thing, National Broadband Mission 2.0, what's doing is it's facilitating broadband connectivity in rural and remote areas through by promoting satellite broadband connectivity, providing this OPGW, use of OPGW, optical power, these cables, optical power cables from the power sector for providing connectivity to the hilly and remote regions. So, these are the basic various initiatives which have been taken in the universal broadband access. As far as you were saying, providing IoT connectivity through 4G and 5G networks. So, it's unlocking this with the coming of 4G and 5G. The potential, it's unlocking a lot of potential about how IoT will be deployed in the networks. if you'll see the 5G native native capability like MMTC, massive machine type communication, and URLLC. These are the two key features and capabilities of 5G network, which provides there will be a seamless integration of large number of IoT devices in the network, which can be integrated through MMTC. Through URLC, you can provide mission critical applications like remote surgery and autonomous vehicle, this type of. Now that our telecom service providers, our internet service providers, they have to evolve from the role of only providing connectivity they should evolve from the role of providing as a connectivity provider. They should be the end-to-end solution provider, basically. Because what we see from as a DDG IoT, my role is to in various sectors. So when we are moving and when we are discussing various issues about deployment of IoT in this sector, those people are not aware about the potential what these 5G networks can give. So I think there should be some packaging from our service providers so that they can provide end-to-end solution to them. Because it's not only connectivity now, it's use case based, all these networks. Further, I will also talk about recently you would have heard that government has delicensed that 6 gigahertz band, lower 6 gigahertz band. So this is also going to promote this digital inclusion in our ecosystem. These delicensing of 6 gigahertz band will basically promote the use of technologies, newer Wi-Fi technologies. Probably we are using this 2.4 and 5 gigahertz. Now you will be using in 6 gigahertz those Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 6E, Wi-Fi 7. Basically, the advantage which it gives is increased bandwidth, very low, very improved, there is no interference in it, and very improved latency part of it. So I think it will help in promoting digital inclusion in the remote areas and underserved areas also. So basically, with this, I will also touch upon we were talking about smart infrastructure also, smart infrastructure and powered by AI and automation. So if you will see now the intelligence part will be embedded in the network itself, from the design itself. Now, looking forward, we will have networks which will not be only secure by design, but it will be intelligent by design also. So I think all these ecosystem will help us in promoting broadband connectivity throughout. We were also working in the satellite IoT sphere. We are looking at how this satellite communication will help deployment of IoT solutions in the remote and inaccessible areas wherein basically telecom network is not possible through NT and all that. So with this, I hand over the floor to the moderator. He can carry forward the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think you really covered all the points, and in fact, I can imagine the amount of things going on in TEC, because you are in sort of on the platform for developing everything and all the technology that we just spoke about. So there's so much of work happening over there, and that's not easy at all. So sometimes we don't even talk about it, but lots of things happening in TEC. But thank you for your comments. So this is a time, and it's never been earlier, that we have so much of wireline, wireless, SATCOM convergence, right? Gone are the days where we used to talk about it in silos. We cannot talk about it in silos anymore. Everything is so interrelated, and this whole, as I said, the digital divide which is there, the seamless connectivity, it touches all these areas, right? Data centers, for as an example, it's the underlying digital infrastructure is run by the data centers. That capacities are growing in India from 1 gig today to 5x times in the next 3, 4, 5 years. That's the kind of growth happening to serve all these needs of of this whole seamless connectivity. So we are in today's world, which is very exciting, and that's why on this panel we have Rajiv representing RAN Next, which is a passive infra player. We have Dharminder, one of the largest, no need of any introduction, Airtel, which is doing everything that we just spoke about. We have Lieutenant General Bhatt from the Space Association talking about SATCOM and all. We already heard Ramji over here. Yugal, a very, very known name on the ISP world. I think, no ISP discussions happens without Yugal's name being mentioned. And again, a product company, Sanjay. So we have the representation of all this convergence that I just spoke to you about. And I represent a consulting company which pretty much covers all of it. So it will be interesting to hear from all of you. So Lieutenant General Bhatt, let's start with you. After AI, I think the next talking point these days is satellite, SATCOM. It's like the next buzzword. So what's happening? Where are we with SATCOM in India? How is it going to change the game in terms of connectivity to certain rural areas and the unconnected areas? And just give a view of what's happening in this space. It'll be, I think, interesting for everybody to hear.
So I'll try to start from taking you back from when man's forays into space started. Though space has always been enticing us, and in India, of course, astrology was more than astronomy. But in practical terms, the first human forays just took place in the end of World War II. And that was in form of the people who were looking to go to the moon or to space had to redirect their rockets to the capitals of the Allied countries, specifically London. And that was, what I'm talking of is the V2 rocket. And V2 stands for Vengeance 2. Hitler thought that if he's able to break the will of United Kingdom, maybe he wins the war. Well, that's the whole story. But that is when human beings started seriously looking at space. And then started the so-called space race during Cold War, where it was more of status. It was the Sputnik movement. It was the first human being in space, the first animal in space and whatever. But serious usage of space just started after that. And that is after the first geo satellite which was put, and that was primarily for communication. As you know, theoretically, 3 satellites in geosynchronous orbit can cover and give you communication in the entire world. And for years together, till maybe 5 years back, geosynchronous orbit and satellites there were providing all kind of communication. But they had one major problem. 35,000 kilometers had its latencies issues. And of course, there were issues of capacity, which are now being overcome by HTS satellites, that is high throughput satellites. But latency at the geosynchronous remains. And then has come this disruption by private players. New private players who have come in, led by, of course, Starlink, OneWeb, Kuiper, which is also around the corner to come to India. As on today, Eutelsat OneWeb has 640 operational satellites, while Starlink in the world today is more than 6,000 satellites which are operational. Kuiper is around the corner. First few satellites have been put in. And all of them are very keen to come to India. GMPCS has licenses for these 2 low Earth orbit satellite constellations. One is OneWeb and the other is Starlink has been given. They are just crossing the last barrier, and that is the security clearances, which become very important in SAT communication. And I hope by the end of the year, we would be having low Earth orbit broadband connectivity in India. But that said, in the previous panel and before, people did talk of D2D, that is direct to device, coming in the next few years. I don't think so. The cost aspect of SAT communication combined with the equipment, even your mobile set having a SATCOM would take a little more time. But in India, what does this low Earth orbit and all this SATCOM give us? It fills in the gaps which are there in terrestrial communication, especially the unconnected areas by terrain or where putting fiber is just not cost effective. The best solution is SAT communication. And that has come in. And I'm sitting on the side of DDG IoT. IoT, if it is to be done in far-flung areas, its main, the blood will flow like in a human being, communication will flow through satellites.
Oh, excellent. Excellent, excellent. What you mentioned, in fact, that will allow the use cases that we have actually been talking about in remote, say, and on top of the mountains, some agricultural use cases or whatever can be done with satellites. So absolutely, I'm a strong believer of that. It's a matter of time. I think the jury is still to be out, the launch date, right? Actually, there's a even bet going on where it will be October, November, December. So let's see what that happens. Dharmendra, let me move to you. Airtel does all of what we just spoke about, right? The whole seamless connectivity. Airtel is probably one of the only operators globally which will do each and every area of this whole communication that is going on. Now, specifically in India, to penetrate into the rural areas, I think what's the strategy that you guys have? Because it's a combination of coverage versus going there, reliability, and also cost, right? You guys are masters. You've proven how to make money on low ARPUs also. So on the rural, what's the strategic plans that you have?
Okay, thanks, Vanish. What we do in rural, Mr. Ram talked about connecting the unconnected. While DBN, Digital Bharat Nidhi, they are, in the latest tranche of DBN, all the, earlier USO projects, that is DBN now, all the villages the projects are being given to BSNL. So last 25,000 villages, the last project has been handed over to them. Earlier it was being tendered and, either of the operator was doing it. We have done some in Northeast and all. Okay, the competitors were doing other areas. Now, currently, what we do, each one of us has to understand. Most of us sitting in this room might understand the villages or might not. But how the population of village, resides. It is not like an urban area. It's not a densely populated. If you see some of the areas, say Rajasthan or Madhya Pradesh, kind of the villages are that the base village will be, say, 500 population, and then after 1 kilometer there will be another 200. Maybe a 50-yard houses and so forth. So these are typical villages. Okay. Now, if you come to UP, where the population is in excess of, say, 12 crores and all, so the villages will be really densely populated. So I think then the dilemma comes: how do we make revenue? Okay. How do we put a tower? And how should we plan it? I think then the digital tools, developed by the telecom operators, that sitting on a table, we call it tabletop, so they are able to see how should we deploy a tower. Okay. Now, typically, if a single, I'll say a tower, a typical tower, ground-based tower, because in the villages you need at least 30 meter to 40 meter kind of a tower to cover the population of a radius of, say, 3 to 4 kilometers. Okay. In that case, we will deploy a GBT, which will cost you around anything between, say, 30 lakh to 40 lakh of rupees. But once we come to an area where the population is slightly lower, but you have a surrounding population, then you need to think, what should be my base location? Once you look at the base location, and from there you see that, how much of population which I will be covering. Now, just to give the room a simple idea, to run a tower in rural area, you will be requiring, the OPEX will be approximately 70,000 to 80,000 rupees per month.
Wow.
So that is the cost. Just imagine. Right. And to get that kind of revenue, you require people who are giving you more than 200 rupees of ARPU. Right. Now, how many people? At least 500 people to begin with. If you're breaking even, you require more than that to make money. Right. Please understand. So this is a real dilemma for us, where to deploy, where not to deploy. But having said that, I'm very proudly saying here that as a telecom industry, we have already covered 99% of the population. We have already covered, in India. And rest of the population, wherever they are sitting, while it is being done by BSNL. Now, again, the issue comes, I think, and here we struggle with the discoms. Since you're deploying a site in the rural area, with electricity is a big challenge. Now, electricity normally comes for 10 hours, 12 hours, or maybe, less than that. How do you manage that? Because we, as a, social responsible corporate citizen, we want the towers or the anything which, project to be ecologically sustainable. So we are working on sustainability, so we really don't want to use the DG sets per se. But how do we use that? So if we are deploying in a remote area where electricity is not there, you have to put a substation. And the line from substation to the tower, I mean, even that you have to, do it on your own. I mean, these are the kind of challenges which we get. And of course, looking at all these things, we are working on, AI, ML, so that so that dynamic spectrum allocation can happen. Similarly, we look at, how can we efficiently use power? When during the night time when the usage is less, how can we optimize resources? All these things, play in the background to provide coverage in the rural area. Thank you.
No, it's interesting. In fact, the number of towers that we have and how we maintain them, it's a global, I think, again, one of the examples that it's just unheard of globally, the way things are operating. And also, I think a lot of innovations in the power and sustainability green space has happened just because of India's way the tower industry works, right? And even the data centers.
I'll just add, I might be taking another minute. So while we are working, and we are really thankful to, Department of Telecommunication, NBM, we are working very, very closely with the, NBM team, just to ensure that, how do we achieve the targets of NBM as such, but more to do with the connecting the unconnected. Since I talked about the low availability of electricity, we have already started working on the solar, deploying solar on the site itself. Right. Okay? So that we have done, and while we are getting some good results, we are also working on green energy open access. In May 23, May 23, Ministry of Power issued a, special notification to accommodate telecom. Earlier, it used to be 1 megawatt. Okay, from 1 megawatt, it came to 100 kilowatt. But even 100 kilowatt, our tower operates at 5 kilowatt or 10 kilowatt. Okay, that is the sanctioned load. While operating, it will be maybe less than 4 kilowatt or something like that. So we requested Ministry of Power that if you really want telecom companies to take advantage of that, then you should allow the aggregation of towers. So I think in the notification which came in May 23, that allows telecom towers to be aggregated under a division. If it is more than 100 kilowatt, we can get that, we can get the advantage of that green energy open access.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, totally true. In fact, moving gears, I think Yugal, so ISPs are almost like the nerve center of broadband connectivity in this country, right? Pretty much everywhere, the amount of ISPs that are there, thousands and smaller ones, all kind of sizes. So just wanted to get your view on the broadband connectivity to the rural side, the ISP play. What are the ISPs doing? What are the challenges that you're facing? And what's, the way that you guys are going to the rural connectivity from broadband point of view from an ISP standpoint?
Thank you, Vinesh. So having heard General Sir coming from the skies, giving us the historical evolution of SATCOM after the World War II and stuff like that, V2 and other things he shared, I'm equally passionate about it. But from the skies, then we went to our colleague here at the stage from Airtel. He talked about the wireless connectivity, 99% of India connected. Yes, we agree that. And your elder brother maybe covers 100%. So that part we understand. But this question which Vinesh have asked, I think that's a very close to all the ISPs, and I represent the ISPs here. So I would say that, and I don't know how many ISPs would be here, but most of the audience will have ISPs here. And it's a transport business, as we all know. Imagine a few years back going from Delhi to Meerut. I was talking to somebody in the backstage, going from Delhi to Dehradun, how the situation was, right? Similarly, internet service provider also carries your data on a transport. And on a transport, if you see the most important C's, one is your connectivity, capacity, then coverage. All these three C's become the most inherent part of all of us sitting on this side. Of course, we are trying to solve it where it's not connected through SATCOM and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, fiber home broadband will be the dominant, connected home for not only our country, across the globe that we know by now. So that is where I heard Mr. Ram sharing about the vision of the government, and that's where my thought is. And I was happy to hear that there's more right-of-way sanity in the whole country, which we used to see in the last 30 years of evolution of telecom. But I would put forth here, since it's a transport, and the biggest pain for ISPs today, of course, the two mobile operators have connected the entire country wirelessly. Voice problem was solved long back. We all are endeavoring to solve the data problem. And for that, there has to be a third consolidated government-led infrastructure for connectivity, which is your Railtel, power companies, OPGW, Gailtel, and several others. And of course, the highways that are getting built now, all are having optical fiber. So that's where all ISPs, the biggest pain point today, and the dependency is there, 100% on the two telcos. Maybe another telco which is not into B2C, Tata Communications. But that's one challenge, I think, if we are able to solve, then what my friend from Airtel said, we have a model which will be even sub 200 rupees ARPU for a village and yet be profitable, right? So that's where we are looking at, and we call this as Bharat, and this is where the next growth will come. But if we do not have a centralized consolidated fiber network, like in Australia, they built the NGN for connecting the entire, as good as the continent, which was a massive project. I think after that, BharatNet is one of the largest project ever on the planet. And that's where there is tremendous amount of infinite capacity that government holds. I remember Broadband, which was the offshoot earlier, had deployed the phase 2, phase 3. All that fiber asset has to come into a consolidated government, third player for connectivity. If that is sorted, ISPs, even in US today, 1/3, 30% of home broadband is given by small, medium, large ISPs, pan-US. And today in India, I'm happy to share, most of the ISPs who would be hearing me, almost second home broadband connection is done by us. All telcos put together, government and private operators, would command about 55% of the market share of 42 million home broadband connectivity. Of course, it's a very difficult time for ISPs today. And once we are able to solve this, I think this will really bring in a lot of relief to the ISP industry. And last point is that, and we all know, home broadband, fiber broadband connectivity we have seen in the corona phase directly is proportional to the GDP of the nation. When the telecom operators connected India wirelessly on voice, and then of course 3G came and went, but when 4G networks were done, I think we all know how the digital payments and the digital economy swelled up. And of course, we were better prepared for corona in these kind of situations. And that's where my thought would be, that we should have a centralized infrastructure, which is non-telco led, and it should be owned by the government. And that's where the ISPs should be allowed with proper right-of-ways. Like in NCR Delhi, we are sitting in the capital. Noida doesn't have a proper right-of-way. The electric companies there don't give you right-of-way. Delhi does. The discoms here, they give you proper permissions. Like if you go abroad, the same overhead line cables, which we don't like here, are so nicely done there with proper permission. Wooden pillars are there. There's a hole in between. The fiber with all tensile strength. Everything is laid properly. So these are the things which I would put to the table is one aspect that needs to be looked into it. And of course, we are doing our bit. And we will definitely reach out to the phase 3, phase 4, the Bharat markets. And that's where our focus is also there. And we're consolidating all those small, medium players and bringing them into a large combination.
Well summarized, Jugal. In fact, the point about fiber, I think, is one of the most important points. A lot of progress has happened. I think a lot of improvements have happened, but still a long way to go in terms of simplifying it even further. But you're right, the PSUs getting into this space and supporting the whole need for broadband, I think that's been a good positive move. We have seen, GAILs and PGCILs and Railtels of the world getting into, giving the fiber and leasing them out. So Rajiv, let me move to you. So now, while all this is happening, GrandNext came up with this innovative model of being a passive infra player, and almost like a neutral passive player. You took over the tough work, which is like, the passive work, became a neutral provider, and then started supporting the ISPs, the service providers, etc. in this space. So you tell us more about that and how you are seeing the penetration from a rural, getting broadband to rural. What's GrandNext's role in that space?
Okay. So good evening all. So as Dharmender has touched upon some topic on the costing part, so if we build any of the tower in any of the tier 2 or tier 3 cities, so there is a huge investment. As a NNI or as a IP1 player and as a RENX, we are building the common shared infrastructure which can be offered to the multiple operators, ISPs, the telecom operators also. So as a neutral provider, so of course, we are building the future-ready infrastructure that maybe cater multiple operators or the ISPs. And second, on the financial point of view, again, everything will the cost conscious, considering the today's market. Everyone want the reductions in terms of their OPEX on month. So same as a IP1, as a RENX, we are building the entire infra and doing all kind of the investment with the future-ready infrastructure. And of course, whatever we are building the network and we're doing the investment there, of course, the ISP and the operator can leverage that part of the investments, and they can through any kind of the services through our deployed network also. Second point, I just want to be the highlight or touch upon on the specific on the operation front. So the site building is the one challenge, and when you talk about the operations point of view, you need to be maintain the long-term operations. And in tier 2 or tier 3 cities, it will really difficult to be put down the additional resources. So then, as a RENX, we have a set standards, resources, as well as the tools and the tackles and the mechanisms also. So we are maintaining the uptime for all the telecom operators with the shared resource. When we talk about the common infra, so that will give a cost reductions to the telecom operator and the ISPs. Even not on the OPEX, on the CAPEX part also. So they have to be paid the recurring things, and that will not give, I can say, the immediate burden to their pockets. So any of the ISP or the operators can be run through the IP1 networks, and they'll leverage the all kind of the resources, shared resources, the investments and the innovations also in terms of the future-ready network.
Right. No, it's interesting. What you guys have done is almost that neutral layer which was needed, and all the sharing really helps from an OPEX perspective. You mentioned CAPEX as well, but definitely from an OPEX, it's a drastically high, savings that you get to the provider.
So Vinesh, of course, see, when you are putting the single investments, and then the investment will be segregated in between 2, 3 or the multiple ISPs or the operators. So of course, that will be beneficial for everyone, even if we talk about the end customer. So of course, if we have a limited, as a ISP or as a operator, we have a limited OPEX. So then definitely we can talk about the viable commercials for the end customers also when we talk about any broadband pricing on the market.
Correct. Yeah. No, that's great. So, Sanjay, you represent like the product companies here, right? So let's come to you, because nothing can work without the product. So what innovations and what's happening on the product side of things that you can talk about to support this growing broadband, rural, the massive expansion that's going to happen? So what's your take on that?
I was collecting all the points, Somebody's coming from the satellite, somebody's coming from the wireless, somebody's talking about connecting the fiber. Finally, everything has to land at the ground and connect to the end customer, right? And that is where the passive comes in play. The telecom infrastructure, even though it's talked about as very important, but it's not paid that much of attention when it comes to the quality, right? And the longevity. You spoke about the operational cost of it. So what happens is initially the focus always goes on to the capex. People want to save there, cut corners, and then deploy something, and then spend more on the OpEx, right? And as Jugal sir said, that we have to have a national asset, a common shareable platform where people can go and share that. A national asset, which is available for everyone, not only for ISP. Of course, he said give more share to the ISPs because all the other operators, they have their own backbone readily available. So all those things can be done. But even after that, when the actual deployment starts and when the project starts, you have lots of challenges, which starts right from the drawing board. The planning guys, how do they plan? What do they choose? How do they deploy? Everything which goes and touches the ground by the project manager managed on this thing has to go through a proper evaluation. And that is where, you have to not only look at the capex, but look at the total cost of operations as such. I am not an operator, so I can even talk about total cost of deployment only. After that, you can take over an operation. So what we at Comscope always say is that develop a product which will serve customer exactly the way they want. I mean to say, everybody has different density requirement, everybody has different kind of deployment, maybe on the wall, on the rack, underground, over the pole, whatever it is. Develop a product which serves almost everybody equally, still having modularity and upgradability available. So that's one part of the product. Then comes the life of the product. Define a product which will last at least equal to the life of the fiber that you're deploying and using, putting into it, right? And then third comes is the operation. When you develop a product or a solution, now let's broaden the scope a little. A solution as such, it should be able to address all the problems that you have been facing till now. So those who were there in my presentation in the earlier, before lunch session, I spoke about when we talk about doing volumes, all the big bosses here have a target of rolling out so many thousands of home passes in a week or in a month and so on. So there comes the speed, right? There comes the accuracy. Now, if somebody says, I have done 1 million home passes, and then when you go to connect the home passes, you find 10% of them are not properly connected. Gone. So one is the speed, one is the accuracy. You do right at the first time. And that is where I said that, okay, we as a product company has to help you automate the passive, which we have not been thinking really. We have been always thinking about automation only in the active domain. When we talk about active, we talk about zero to provisioning. You put a ONT, it should be automatically configured, right? You put the customer ID, and the plan is already there. So the plan is already deployed to the end customer. Yes, everything can be done. But what about the passive? There has to be automation getting into the passive also. Now when you come to the passive and automation, what do you automate? The very simple question is, what do you automate? You automate what is repetitive and what is expected to give almost the same result every time. That is what you automate, right? So in that passive domain, what you have is simple connection like connectivity by splicing, termination into the connectors. These are the two repetitive things. Can we take that out? And that is what gave a simple idea of plug and play networks. So plug and play network is the first automation that actually happened and is an old automation that happened into the network. Now, having plug and play and having an old thought of our normal splicing, there is a struggle of people who plan on the drawing board and those who deploy. Because deploying guys think, yeah, if I lose this, then what do I do? That's my, so that's one thing that we can automate. And then, even after that, as I said, the second point is the accuracy of deployment, where right at first time is very important. So now, even if you have a good plan of fiber, all the fiber numbers, fiber colors, fiber directions, fiber cable, tube number, everything is given. But there is likely to be a mistake down there. That is taken by the connectivity. But now we are coming to the last point where we are connecting the customer. And that is where we are likely to make, we means the guy on the ground who is not that highly educated to understand everything, is likely to make a mistake. That is where we can have another layer of automation, which is enabled by the AI. And that is where we have already developed a solution where after the guy has done what he's supposed to do, just the clicks a picture, it gets loaded, referred, and you get an error that yes, you were supposed to do this fiber there, but you haven't done it properly. The radius is not good. The right side is not good. Do it again, do it right, click OK and gone. That goes up into the NOC and everything is ready. So that's how the automation has to flow from active to passive and make everybody's life, very easy.
In fact, just to add on to that, this whole as a service concept, like this, it started with software as a service, the network as a service, now anything as a service. To support that, these kind of automation is absolutely critical. Otherwise, it's like almost what you want, when you want, how you want, you pretty much do it on the fly, right? That's the need of the consumers.
Managing those SLAs can be only possible with all these kind of automations happening at this.
So I think just moving on from here, this one of the things that comes across in a lot of my discussion that we do with a lot of our clients is around the growth of AI. Obviously, everybody knows the AI growth, cyber security. The more the demand is growing of all these technologies, etc., the security is becoming more and more critical as well because the touch points are increasing a lot, right? And Dharmendra, thanks to Airtel. Airtel was one of the first companies from having this spam service that you have, like, to recognize spam calls using AI. That's a brilliant service for the actual end consumers. That's been super appreciative. So starting from you, from a security standpoint, from a data security standpoint in the whole broadband world, what is Airtel's view and what is going on in terms of innovations over there?
Thanks. I think you in fact started giving the answer saying that the latest spam kind of thing which we have started detected. This is one of its kind in the world, not in India. This is one of its kind in the world, and the world over operators are looking at us saying that how did you do that? Can you give us the solution? I mean, that is what the discussions are happening. Lot many operators are coming to us. So that, first of all, each one of us sitting in this room should understand that when we discuss cyber security or security, we always call it telecom grade security, because we know that your data is very, very important. Okay? So when we don't talk about security in general or cyber security in general, we always talk about telecom grade security, because we are handling, if you look at the customer, 360 million customers we are handling. It's not a small numbers. And the latest technologies, whatever happening in the world, fortunately we have the visibility, what is happening in the world. We are bringing the technologies here. Now, from a security perspective, we are working on at a network level, at a device level, at an app level, and then at a user level. So these are 4 levels. Okay. So first level, network level security. How do we deal with that? The kind of network which we have created, the core or the the different units of network, everything is secure. Everything is secured. Okay, number one. From a FTTH or from a broadband perspective, when we see that at our network level, we are trying to see the continuous monitoring of traffic. If there is any anomaly in that because of any malware, any rogue kind of activity, that is being monitored so that we are able to predict that. Using AI and ML, it has become much easier to predict if there is going to be any downtime or if there is any threat, from a security perspective, so that we can do away with that. The solution, the anti-spam solution, which we started with only for the calls, now we are working on that, and we have already launched on the SMS also, so that any SMS link which comes to you should not be it should not be opened. I mean, while the government and everybody is talking about it that you should not be opening any link, but we are trying to do that. Even if you click on the link, it should not get opened. I mean, that is the kind of seriousness with which telecom is working on. Coming on to I talked about network, and then let's look at device. The device, the CPE at your place, or the router, or the ONTs, everything is secure. And if there is any cyber security, any update on the firmware that has to happen, that happens over the air. That is completely OTA. So we are ensuring the equipment which is being deployed at your place is also secure. Now coming on to the app side, we have already our our, if I talk about, Airtel as such, so Airtel Thanks app gives you the complete control of your Wi-Fi. You can switch off the Wi-Fi remotely, okay? You can, if you want to add any service, delete any service, that can be completely, while it is for mobile also, it is for broadband also. You can do everything through that app only. You don't have to visit our, the showroom, or you don't have to call the call center. That is completely with you guys. We have empowered the customers. Coming on to the user, from a user's perspective, I think this holds good for the user also, because since we are empowering the user, they can also do some kind of a parental control. I mean, the app can, if you want to switch off the network, say in the night, say 11 to 4 in the morning, you can do that. I mean, that is amazing. And with more and more, the innovations which are coming in the world, I can assure you, the people who are sitting here, that whatever the world offers, the best of technologies will be available to our customers at Airtel. And let me share, good news with all the customers. All the customers, 360 million customers, they have Perplexity Pro, that is available to each and every customers of Airtel starting today.
So one good news from Airtel today for everybody, all the call. I'm sure most of us are Airtel consumers. But great innovation. I think it's, even in the Western world, I keep on again saying these are unheard of, these kind of things. So left and general, but from a satellite comm perspective, the AI's role and this whole data security, maybe a quick view on how these two things from a SATCOM perspective.
So firstly I'll go to AI. If you see today, and if you see a constellation of Starlink and OneWeb, you switch from, the user switches from one satellite to another, minimum 10 to 15 minutes, and maybe lesser. And if that has to happen, AI has to be there. It is already there in the model. Because if that whole spectrum has to be managed, and that connectivity chain has to be managed, AI is there and stands. And this AI combined is the challenge for your next question, that is security. And in security, what we have to look at it, the world over today, we are talking of post-encryption, post-quantum encryption. And we are still in the country, and even in the military, not reached there. And that would be a huge challenge, because today, people who will interfere into your systems are not within your boundaries. There will be international rivals, and especially the geopolitical situation which is now there. This post-quantum encryption becomes very, very important. But that said, satellites and Bharti Airtel and Starlink are ready to come. And just a few months back, we have got a 32 points security parameters. Right. Reading itself takes a lot of time. Implementation will take much more time. We have to be always remember about security is, security should not stop us from using technology.
Absolutely.
We have to find answers like we have found for spam. And it really helps, practically.
And this will be an ongoing process. I think it's not a...
So today, when we are looking at security in digital communication overall, our model is terrestrial. Right. We have to switch to what is there in space, where you do not have the entire controls. Because the satellites are global, the systems are global, and we have to have a relook at it and not get frightened by it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think it will be an ongoing thing. Development will have to always keep on catching up with something from both sides. So that's definitely going to happen. Yugal, on the ISP world, again, the tier 2, tier 3 cities, and there's so many smaller ISPs, there is always this cyber risk, data security concerns even more, right? So what's your take on that, and what are the ISPs doing in that space?
So I think so I think, as I said earlier, ISPs, operators, telecom operators, we all are into transport business, and our centralized equipments are all active, is based on all the specified standards, and we ensure it's completely secured. But of course, the challenge then comes is when we deliver the circuit at a home, At the application layer, which is where the customer home, the customers enter into their various applications for security and through their SIs or through their web-based solutions. But at the ISP level, right from our NOC, right from our connectivity, right up to the customer home, this is all completely secured from cyber security threats. All those protections are taken, and the challenge lies at the customer home, where the customers have to enter into various such solutions.
No, thank you. And I know it's not an easy thing to do, because you always have to, the kind of market that we are serving there, the risks even increase quite a lot there. And Sanjay, from a product standpoint, a quick view on security how important is that when you are doing innovations on the product? And if you can just get a very, in the interest of time, a quick view from that.
In the passive, actually, it's not very critical, because there's nothing that is actively involved with the passive elements, because there's no power or nothing. But if you look at the physical security perspective of that particular asset as such, because every asset needs to be protected, so that physical security, if you really want to talk about it, we have solutions where people think of saving their downtimes, which are caused by people accessing those part of the boxes which are not supposed to be accessed by the other elements. So like simple things like locks, simple things like separation of one part of the network which is inside the box, which is not accessible, another part which is outside of the box, which is accessible. So those kind of physical security aspects can be taken care of by people like us. And going further ahead, there are some remote small monitoring modules that can be put into FMSS, which can monitor the active ports, inactive ports, if accidentally taken out or sabotage is done, or even to manage the remote maintenances, like this is the port to be activated, this is the port to be connected, this is the port to be deactivated. Those kind of things also contribute to the security of the network, right? So all those things are available, are readily deployable at CommScope solutions.
So I'm assuming you're going to be in safe hands from that point of view, right? Because that's the touch point from a risk perspective.
That's the physical touch point.
That's going to be critical. Rajiv, over to you from a sharing perspective, active, passive, both when you put neutral networks together, what about the security aspects of it? How is that handled, and what are the challenges that you see over there, if there's any?
So Vinesh has already communicated. When we talk about the passive structure, so there are so limitations. We can't control, we can't monitor specifically the security or the privacy thing through passive infrastructure. We again need to be dependent on the active things. So if you are deploying the active and the passive structure, then definitely security is the main concern. And then you at least on the security point of view, you can put some barriers there. As Dharmender already have explained, as a ISP, as a telcos, so they have certain guidelines. So as of now, in the passive structure, as a RENX, of course, we are monitoring and we are extending all support on the operational front and adding the value to the ISPs and the telecom operators also. But on the privacy part, again, there is nothing much to put any additional barrier there.
Okay. No, interesting. And Ram Sajanji, I think over to you. Wanted to get your thoughts on, from the standards perspective, on what's TEC doing from this whole security on IoT, etc. What's happening on that front?
Thank you. It was good to hear from all the panelists, and we ultimately represent the spectrum of the telecom industry, and it was good to hear about security also, about how do we promote the broadband connectivity in the remote and rural areas, how do we reach out there. So it was good to hear your views. I will basically talk something about IoT. As you know, it's a buzzword, and it's smart. Smart infrastructure is being created in almost every sector, and IoT and the emerging technologies are being used to create the smart infrastructure. And these IoT devices, basically, they are constrained devices. So basically, it cannot handle the security in itself. So if you can say the threat landscape has increased a lot. And this is a great concern for the industry also, for the government also, everywhere. How do we tackle if some rogue device is there and doing something else? So like we heard in the previous class between India and Pakistan also, something rogue, such devices were there. So how do we tackle such challenges? So what we from Telecom Engineering Center basically is a technical arm of Department of Telecommunication, which we go for standards, how we prescribe standards, which standards to be followed, so that we can protect our networks, we can protect our users. So as far as IoT is concerned, we prescribe that at least because we see that a lot of application developers are there. So a lot of the service providers are there. So we always prescribe to the various ministries also and various, that you please take services from only DOT registered M2M service providers. That is very important, so that we know who is deploying that network. The other thing is we normally prescribe what is like one M2M standards. Basically, one M2M standards, if you know, it particularly it takes care of the interoperability part. It takes care of the security, authentication, authorization part of the devices as well as applications. So we have a very common service layer there. So the data abstraction happens in that common service layer. All the data registration part or the device registration part is taken care of that. And there is interoperability, like the data which is being derived from one device can be shared between multiple of applications. So we basically prescribe one M2M. Please, we are continuously writing to all ministries also, all departments, all public sector units also, and even to please incorporate, only adopt one M2M standards in your IoT deployments. And further, we also prescribe, like we already have essential requirement under the MTCT regime. Like we have a regime in like mandatory testing and certification of all telecommunication equipment, wherein we have prepared ERs for 5 products. Like the basic one is IoT gateway, because IoT gateway will be used in almost every deployment to aggregate the data which is coming from the end devices, IoT devices, sensors. So we have for IoT gateway, we have for smart electricity meter, we have for tracking device, we have for feedback device, which is and for endpoint sensors, monitoring environmental sensors. So we always write to everyone, and we tell that please only use tested and certified devices. Tested and certified, because now we have security requirements also, which will be incorporated in these ERs. Those are being prepared by our National Center for Communication Security Bangalore unit. They have already prepared the ITSARs. So it covers all the security requirements. And as far as IoT is concerned, the security requirements will be categorized into levels also. We are classifying the device also. Like there may be one device which is its security requirement will depend on the use case where it is used. Suppose it is being used for some critical applications, like a energy meter which is being used for some nuclear plants. It will the security requirements of that device will be much higher than it is being used as for the consumers. So as far as IoT devices are concerned, we cannot specify a single security standard. So we have classified the device into 4 levels. As far as India is concerned, we have classified the device. So as per these 4 levels, the testing will be conducted. Further, we are also doing a pilot project on National Trust Center. Maybe, I don't know, a few of you may be knowing, like just to ensure, just to enable trust and secured IoT M2M ecosystem. It will be basically a repository of all the devices, applications, all the stakeholders in one platform, so that we can manage the vulnerability. Once, as I was saying, that the classification of devices, once the IoT platform onboards the device, with some application. It can always, there can be check that device with a particular security level is being onboarded for the application which is for which it is defined. So otherwise an alert will be issued to all the stakeholders, all the ministry regulators and all that, so that we are able to know that some device with low security level has been integrated into an application which requires very high security requirements or mission critical applications. So we are doing, once this pilot project is over, I think we will be deploying it nationwide also. So these are the various happenings on the IoT. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I think well summarized, and I think we are well over time. So I would encourage questions, etc., over coffee. I think when, there is people can network there. But just to summarize, I think universal access for a given, the whole seamless connectivity is the way forward. We'll keep on hearing about the underlying AI layer and IoT growth and those nice use cases that we've been talking about, which are really now going to be reality. So thank you, everyone. And it was great. This could have gone for hours, but I think thanks for the discussion, and thanks to the audience for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Mic on karna hai? Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, as we have come to the closing of this session, I would request Session Chair Shri Ram Sajwan Singh Ji to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos to our eminent panelists. We present to Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt, to Mr. Yugal Kishore Sharma, to Mr. Dharmendra Khajuria, to Mr. Rajiv Mehla, and I would request you, sir, to present to our moderator, Mr. Vinish Bawa. And yes, joining us there is Mr. Shashidharan. I would request him to honor Session Chair Shri Ram Sajwan Singh Ji. Mr. Shashidharan to honor Session Chair Shri Ram Sajwan Singh Ji. Thank you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have come to the lucky draw that we have been promising to each one of you since the morning. And as promised, we have 6 lucky prizes to be won, 2 for each session. And for the first lucky draw, I would request our Session Chair, Shri Ram Sajwan Singh Ji, the first lucky draw for Session 2. A nice shuffle and Mr. Sanjeev Gupta is the lucky winner. Is he here with us? Mr. Sanjeev Gupta? Not here, so I would request you to take out another name. Mr. Kamal Singh. He's here with us. Kindly come up. Let's put our hands together for our lucky winner. I would request Sri Ram Sajivan Singh ji to present him the lucky draw prize. Thank you, sir. I would now invite Mr. Vinesh Bawa to kindly do the honors of take out the second name for session 2. Mr. Vinesh Bawa to kindly do the honors of drawing the second name for session 2. And the lucky winner is Kamlesh Deka, sir. Mr. Bawa to kindly present him the prize, the lucky prize. And we move on now to session 3. And I would request Mr. Yugal Kishore Sharma to do the honors of taking out the lucky winner for session 3, the first lucky winner. Mayank Gupta is the winner. I would request Mr. Yugal Kishore Sharma to kindly present him. And now requesting Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt to do the honors of taking out the second name for session 3. Amitabh Panda is the winner. Requesting Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt to present him the lucky prize. I would now request Mr. Dharmendra Khajuria, National Head Network Partnerships, Bharti Airtel, to do the honors of taking out the first lucky name for session 4. Sakshi Agarwal. Requesting Mr. Khajuria to present the award to Sakshi Agarwal. And with that, we come to the last lucky draw for the day. And requesting Mr. Rajiv Mehla to do the honors. All the lucky prize winners, if you want, you can later on collect the bags for your gifts from the counter here next to the stage. Rahul Kumar. Yes. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for all the lucky winners. Congratulations to all the lucky winners. And can we have a group photograph first with all the panelists? Then I would invite all our lucky winners to come up to have a group photograph with our distinguished dignitaries. After the group photograph of the panelists, all the lucky winners to kindly come up for a group photograph. Requesting all the lucky winners, the lucky prize winners to come up for a group photograph. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, over the course of the day, we have witnessed enriching deliberations, powerful addresses and insightful discussions that have shed light on the core theme of the summit, from policy frameworks to implementation insights, and from ground realities to forward-looking strategies. We sincerely thank all our distinguished speakers, panelists, and delegates for their valuable contributions. Your perspectives have not only illuminated the challenges, but also pointed us towards pragmatic and impactful solutions. A special word of gratitude to all our esteemed guests from the Government of India, state authorities, and technical experts and global thought leaders whose presence elevated the significance of this summit. We also extend a heartfelt thanks to our knowledge partners, sponsors, and the organizing teams whose tireless efforts made this summit a success. So we wish you all safe travels, continued success, and look forward to meeting again with renewed purpose. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again. Good evening and namaskar.